Ladies and gentlemen, Nads, Degens, builders, and investors, welcome to Bangkok for the second ever Monad Madness. I'm Danny, the guy from the video.
Yeah, how did you get down here? I'm Tina. We're both from the Monad team here and we'll be your hosts today. We are so excited to have 25 amazing teams who have come all the way here to Bangkok across consumer, deepen, RWA, infra, AI, DeFi as well, to be on this stage and speak to all of you. This is our second Madness competition. First one being in New York with a total altogether of $1 million in prizes.
Couldn't be more excited. We have tons of amazing builders, community members, and participants from across the ecosystem today, live in the audience, as well as tuning in remotely from across the globe on the live stream. As an audience member or a viewer of the live stream, you have a chance to participate in the outcome of this competition. Several of the prizes will be determined by your vote. So if you're on the live stream or if you're in the audience, make sure to look out for your opportunities to vote today. Be sure to give the presenters your full attention. Again, super excited to be here. We've got 7 esteemed judges and many tuning in across the globe. Without further ado, want to welcome 2 of the 3 co-founders of Monad, the CEO of Monad, Keone Han, and the COO of Monad, Eunice Giarta.
Woo!
Hello, everyone who is excited. Firstly, thank you so much for joining us on such an early Saturday morning on the heels of DevCon and ETH Bangkok. I know that there's been so many events that have been leading up to today and this weekend. So we really thank you for being here to support the teams that are participating in Monad Madness. So shout out to you all here, and also for everyone who's joining on the live stream. I think I got an update just a couple of minutes ago. There's already several hundred people who are on the live stream today, and I'm quite positive even more to come as the day rolls on. All right, so I had like a little spiel to mention, but I think a lot of it has already been covered. The 25 teams, all of you who are here, you have made it across the 200 plus applicants that applied for Monad Madness Bangkok. So firstly, give yourselves a round of applause, rather. Across things like consumer, DeFi, social, gaming, everything that Danny has already listed, so I just sound like a broken record now. But the prizes that we have are even bigger and more abundant than before. We have first, second, third prizes, along with 3 community prizes, and even 1 new one that we rolled out, which is a cohort prize where you yourselves get to decide amongst all competitors who you want to see go home with a little bit of extra prize money. So that said, I will pass it on to Keone for a couple of quick words.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for being here. So excited for what's to come for all of the competitors, both today and more generally. I'm really in awe of what you've built and just excited to see the path forward. We'll leave it at this, but excited once again. This is a big day, but there's a lot more to come as well.
So with that said, all right, so with that said, on behalf of Monad, on behalf of Paradigm, and all of our esteemed co-hosts today, let's get to madness.
Let's get madness.
Let's get madness.
All right, we're about to get into the very first pitch of the day. But before we do, want to take a quick moment to thank and introduce 7 amazing judges with deep industry experience who are going to be the judges for today's or this weekend's prizes. Starting from this side of the room, we have Frankie from Paradigm, Ren from Electric Capital, Nihal from Pantera, Gokun from IOSG, Nenter from Animoca Ventures, Eunice from Monad Labs, and Sungmo from Monad Labs. Please give them a round of applause. And now we're ready to welcome our first contestant to the stage. Please welcome Tej from Dusted.
Hey guys doing there? My name's Tej, and I'm one of the co-founders of Dusted. My fellow co-founder's name is Fripon, and we've known each other for 3 years, where we've taken numerous projects from day zero to en-road success. And now we're building Dusted. That's token-centric chats with tooling. But before I get started, I'd like to ask you all a question. If you could raise your hand if you hold more than 10 tokens. Nice. Most of you. So as you're aware, there's a massive pain point in navigating communities. You've got to find the Twitter, to find the Discord, to find the Telegram, and go through the portal. And then once you're in there, some chats are dead, or some just have no communication of value. And some spawn on pump.fun, and these are immediately fragmented communities. And this is owed to a few reasons. The first of these is these platforms are centrally run. They let grifters in, they're prone to botting, but most importantly, they're just not built for crypto. And that is where Dusted comes in. A user simply has to connect their wallet, connect their wallet, and for every tokenized asset that they hold, there is a chat room already created for it. This can be NFTs, runes, ordinals, and even meme coins. So for instance, if you go into pump.fun and you begin trading any type of token, as soon as this token is in your wallet, you will already see a chat room for it on Dusted. So this is good for connecting holders in a seamless fashion. However, we have a number of other features for a better user experience. The first of these is this percentage you see here. That's the verified holdings of a member. So it's removing the concept of grifters because you can give credibility to someone's opinion. Now, we also have token tipping. So this is to reward people for their contributions, whether it's sharing tweets, alpha, or you just like them. We also have trenched leaders. So these are elected individuals who don't hold any superpowers, but have moderation capabilities. This is things like chat cooldown or selecting the message of the day, which is committed by the contributing community. We also have chat treasuries. These are built into each chat room, and if you hold a token, you can donate and vote on what to use it for. Sorry, got a cold. Yeah, this can be used for meme coins, for deck screener socials, or for a yacht party. We whitelist transactions initially, but as we scale, anything's possible. Finally, we have our trending page. And this is where we're taking a different angle on perceived token value. Unlike traditionally used financial ways with charts and platforms like BullX, we know that community drives token value. And within this, you have community insights. So this is a number of new messages, total messages, number of new member joining. With these insights, you can gauge activity of the community, and it enables you to determine longevity or if this is a token you should actually hold. So I've spoken a lot about meme coins, but they're just step one in the plan. Why? They're hot, we're somewhat connected, and at the end of the day, they thrive on communities. But it's only the beginning. The tokenized world is projected at a $15 trillion market by 2027, and Dusted is going to serve every token type. RWA assets, prediction markets, or imagine you're at an NFL game where the tickets have been tokenized. You can use Dusted to chat to anyone that's really at the game and use our tipping function for a dare or a bet. So wherever the tokenized world goes, Dusted will serve them, a community. Now, I've spoken about the product, you get the vision, but what about revenue? Well, we have a number of available options. The first is in-app trading. It's obvious. This is not going to serve the smart trader purpose, but instead the ease of access purpose. And within this, users will be able to buy the token if they're chatting in the community or if they see it trending on the trending page. We'll also enable customizable experiences. So this is for custom emojis, sticker packs, or customizing your profile. Lastly is the trending page. Communities can pay to have their tokens sponsored within this page to gain more holders. Now, we've spoken about the vision, the revenue, but how are we going to get there? We all in this room know that crypto runs on incentives. And luckily, me and Fripon's entire strength is within gamification and GTM strategies. So you can imagine competitive leaderboards, a token, and the gamification of specific features. This can be the treasury to war against one another as communities. We also know the network power of communities. The degree of separation between holders is quite small. And within this, our friend as well as advisor is Slat, and he was the CTO admin of S&P 6900, a token which you all know very well. It's easy to draw the lines to see how we can onboard communities like this, as well as others that he has access to. Now, both of those were quite speculative, but if it's anything to go by, we put out our first tweet a month ago and have 287,000 waitlist signups. So we'd just like to say thank you to all of you out there for the immense value you provided us.
Thanks very much, guys. Well done.
Thanks, bro.
Well done. Feel free to head off.
Okay.
As we welcome up a team working on decentralized healthcare and data.
We stay here? Q&A.
Q&A. Whoops. My bad. I don't even think I'm supposed to be up here. I'll be back.
Hello. Hello. Firstly, really great presentation.
Thank you.
To start off the questions, is there a way, and maybe this is intentional, but is there a way to leverage official chats or official communities that are already spun out from said like meme coin project teams or whatever project teams would be on the Dusted platform?
Should I take that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're pretty okay with linking existing socials on the Dusted app, right? We're not necessarily trying to move everyone away from existing tools. We just serve a very different need, right? So we're gonna for sure put the existing socials link for people to organize. Like Discord does a great job at having these official links, channels, and everything. We're not trying to take that over.
I feel like many of these, especially on the meme coin markets, right? A lot of it is happening on the mobile. And like, what are your thoughts on that? Are you preparing for that already?
Yeah, of course. So mobile is definitely in the plans. It's the obvious end road. That's the way crypto's going. And one of our advisors is the engineer at the Apple Store. So we have, thankfully, a lot of guidance for that type of situation. But it is not the initial first MVP, if that makes sense. But it's definitely planned.
And if I can add to that, the current version is already a pay-to-play way, so it's like friend-tech on mobile.
Are there any communities you're already engaged with that will be on your platform from day one?
From the Solana standpoint, we of course know a lot of them. We haven't immediately got the official partnership yet, just because we're still determining exact launch date with Monart and everything else. But our friends all know them, and that's how we got the waitlist to be where it's at now. So we're connected to most of them, and it's easy to get them to be onboarded.
Token-gated chat rooms have been tried during the last cycle. What do you think those versions of a similar product got wrong, and how do you think about fixing some of those problems?
Yeah, I can take that one. That's a good question. I think what changed first is you see tokens like Peanuts going to 2 billion in like 2 weeks. Meme coins were not that hot like 2 years ago, right? And they're way more about community. So I think there is this need to connect with holders that is even more powerful today. So that's one thing, basically. I feel like times have changed in a way, like the meta is a bit different, and this need is definitely growing. And you also have way more tokens than you used to a few years ago in crypto, right? Like Pub.Fund is launching 20K tokens per day. So you also have this need to find out who's holding what you're holding as well, right? That didn't really exist like 2 years ago, let's say.
All right, great job, guys. Apologies for trying to kick you off stage in the middle of your Q&A.
That way.
Now, we're going to welcome EverNetwork, a team working on decentralized healthcare and data sovereignty. Please put your hands together for EverNetwork.
All right, let's try that again. Raise your hand if you care about your health and well-being. Everyone's hands go up, right? Now raise your hand if you know exactly what your healthcare provider is doing with that data. No hands go up. So here's the problem. Medical records are siloed, meaning that hospitals do not talk to each other. This is especially problematic for emerging economies where the public health system is stressed due to the data not being able to move from one hospital to hospital. So when patients go from hospital to hospital, they have problems with their getting the right treatment that they need. And every year, this problem causes $200 billion globally, and over 30,000 lives are lost as a result of this. But centralization of data also poses another problem. In 2023, 23andMe was hacked, and a data leakage caused 7 million patient records to be lost, exposed. And this is genomic data. So how do we solve this? This is where we come in. We are a decentralized healthcare data storage protocol building on Monad, and we solve this problem by giving data back to the users. We're building on an encrypted layer of IPFS, and we allow for users to do the following. Users can own their data, decide exactly where that data is stored, who accesses that data, and who gets to use it. We allow our users to talk to that data through our chatbot. And imagine you have a symptom, and you want to know, without going to the doctor, what might that be. Gone are the days where you might go on WebMD and just freak yourself out because you have a common cold, and now you think you have thyroid cancer or something, right? So finally, we are working in the process of working with pharmaceuticals, insurance companies, and drug researchers to allow users to monetize their data, license it out, and get paid for however it's used, and also get recruited for clinical trials. So far, we started as a SaaS company in 2019, and we have government contracts with the Thai government to manage their medical records. And right now, we have over 650 hospitals in our network with over 10 million patient records, with many more to come in the coming 2 years. We're also working with we just signed a contract with the Indonesian government, and we're also we're looking to work with the Colombian government as well, with some partnerships with the Japanese hospitals. So our go-to-market strategy is three-pronged. Part of it, the first part is focused on our B2B acquisition of partnerships with hospitals, expanding our hospital network globally in emerging economies. On the Web3 front, we want to enable and empower users to use their wearable data, whether it's from their Oura Ring, the Whoop, or their Apple Watch, and basically earn rewards for providing this lifestyle data. Pairing this with health records, we allow for a lot more access to licensees of this medical data, and essentially provide something that hasn't been done in the market before. Finally, our team with Plan at the helm, we've been able to scale our exposure worldwide, and we've done projects in places like Kenya and other parts where medical healthcare is much needed. And also, our team has been, part of our team has been in the Web3 space since 2016. And right now, we have around 60 people in the entire team, and we're also expanding. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me at gilbert@everapp.io. Thank you.
Thanks, Gilbert. Really appreciate that you've been so flexible with the beeping and all of that stuff. To start, so you mentioned 650 or over 650 hospitals that are already using EverNetwork. Right now, what is the method for patients to get their hands on their data that is currently on the network?
So right now, the patient doesn't actually need to use an application as they travel or traverse across the healthcare ecosystem from, let's say, primary care to secondary care. The data just follow them, and the private key is stored at the originator hospital.
Oh, interesting. Oh, so the private key is not actually held by the patient right now?
Not right now, but in the future, we are moving there as well.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a more clear way of you guys reaching out to end users, for example, like patients, instead of direct hospitals?
Can you repeat the questions again?
Is there any specific way or strategy for you guys to reach out to specific group of patients rather than hospitals?
Definitely, because like, for example, people with type 2 diabetes or people with non-communicable disease, they actually need to track this data in a long-term perspective. And if we don't have these data, and a biomarker from 5 years ago could really impact your health care today. So that 10 to 20% of every single population out there requires some sort of tracking, and they're required to track it kind of forever as well. So that would be our first target users in terms of the wallet that we are launching.
Can you talk more about your go-to-market strategy with Web3 natives and how you'll get people to upload their data?
Yeah. So on the Web3 side, one of the go-to-market strategies is through their existing wearable devices. So just a show of hands, how many of you have a wearable device, whether it's an Apple Watch or a Ring or Whoop? Okay, around 20-30% of the audience. And we think that based on our conversations with people in the space, we believe that Web3 people are much more health-centric than the general population, and many of them have care about being able to quantify self, and basically they would freely provide that data if they get access to insights about that data, and also possibly if they can earn rewards to even just cover the subscription fees for their medical, like for their even for the gym membership, or even the, like, for example, or you have to pay every month. So this is like a 5-minute process where they can just sync their data and get access. On the other hand, we also have physical activations where people can come. For example, we have a retina scan where you can scan your eyes and determine if you have any diseases, and then immediately onboard you into our application. But there's other ways that we can approach it. But wearable devices is one of ours because you can prove that the user exists through proof of liveness. Thank you.
Give it up for the team at EverNetwork.
Thank you.
Super exciting to be here today. It feels like Monad has been around and maybe even live for quite a while now. It's really hard to believe that we're still pre-testnet. We have this much energy in the ecosystem, this much energy in the community, with so many tuning in on the live stream. Without further ado, want to welcome up our next pitching team to the stage. Please give it up for 42.
Good morning, or G-Monet to all the indigenous nats. We at 42 has been working on AI projects for over a decade, ranging from self-learning AI agents to creating conversational AI platforms and even training our own fundamental model for spatial reasoning. But the one thing that haunted us throughout those years has been the scalability of AI. No matter whether you're hosting AI model yourself or relying on centralized providers like OpenAI or Anthropic, you're dramatically limited in the number of API requests you can make. Even being top-tier OpenAI provider, the maximum you can get is 10,000 API requests per minute, which is nothing if you're aiming to building an application or a service for large-scale use. There's a lot of talk in the industry right now about needing literal trillions of dollars to meet the AI demand. We're talking about building new nuclear power plants, new data centers, inventing new kind of chips, but we don't find that approach sustainable. We've been researching a solution that would allow us to leverage the power that's already on the hands of the users to create a planetary layer for AI scalability. So the three pillars on which we built our decentralized AI protocol are these. First of all, in recent months, we've been seeing amazing progress in the development of small language models. Just recently, Qwen 2.5 was released, which is a model, it's a 7 billion parameter model, small enough to run on your MacBook Air, while at the same time, it actually surpasses centralized models such as GPT-4 in coding tasks, up to 4%. Also, we are now entering an interesting era when there's actually an excess of compute in the hands of the regular users. The MacBooks, the modern PCs, they have so much more power, with regular users only utilizing about 20% of the power, especially if we're talking about computers with Apple Silicon. So what happens if we combine the capabilities of small language models with the compute that's already on the hands of the users and create a system where those nodes can work together, generating the responses? Introducing swarm inference. We've been working on the research that enables us to run self-supervised inference of nodes, where every time a request comes to the network, the nodes, they consider for themselves whether they have the expertise to contribute a response. Then what happens? The nodes, they do the peer review of each other's responses, and then they build a knowledge tree on which they compile the final answer. So here's an example of how it works. Imagine we ask a question: what were the key causes of the fall of the Roman Empire? We see here that 4 nodes decided to participate. One is trained on historical data. The other one is tuned for economic analysis. And the final answer is not just the best answer provided by the swarm, but it's actually a compilation of the facts generated by multiple nodes on the network, as we can see here below. With that approach, because we run the nodes on consumer-grade hardware, we can lower the cost of the inferences by 100x, while also dramatically improving the accuracy of AI, because the nodes that are doing the peer review requests and avoiding the issues like incorrectly counting letters R in the word strawberry, now famous problem that even state-of-the-art models face. 42 is a research-driven protocol. When we started, we've developed a prototype that runs in a local environment. We've written a research paper based on our findings. The paper was selected by MIT to be presented at MIT Decentralized AI Summit. We've been super lucky to have been selected for the first cohort of Monart Accelerator that gave us access to the engineering talent at the team that validated our integration approach, as well as, of course, becoming part of the vibrant Monart ecosystem. And now we are taking steps to deploying what we're calling foundational hives, some of the very first nodes that will be running on Aether for the first several months that will ensure the network stability, and from the day one, allow us to demonstrate to the industry that you can get higher quality answers with 42. So we are getting close to launching our DevNet, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. One question is, can you guys give more background information about your team members, about the AI background and everything?
Sure. So the core of our team actually has an AI background. We've worked ever since some of the very first transformer models appeared on the market. We worked with BERT. We've even before the transformer architecture, one of our first projects have been the self-learning AI agents based on the approach that's called neural evolution of augmenting topologies, where we were able to create a system that would actually evolve the neural net to be able to learn new skills. Our CTO is a PhD in applied mathematics with a thesis on distributed agents. And together as a team, we've spent the last 10 years. So one of our bigger projects was training the spatial LLM for NEOM in Saudi Arabia. And we also worked in the entertainment field. That's actually where we faced the scalability issues. We've created conversational experiences for famous DJs, where the expectation was that we can handle 300,000 users simultaneously, while OpenAI limited us to only 10,000 API requests.
Quick question. When you say smaller language models, is this different than quantization, or are you talking about quantization when it comes to like the performance that you showed of these language models?
Quantization is the next step. So they are from the beginning a small model. So even without further quantization, those are 7 billion, 30 billion parameter models, which can be further optimized to potentially even running on smaller devices. Like we're currently considering the approach with Apple TVs, because there are a bunch of those devices out there. They're online 24/7, and we can even build node applications that could be run on such devices with quantized smaller models.
And then what applications then are you prioritizing? Like what are the types of small language models basically that you feel are, your go-to market basically?
Sure. So with the small models, we get immense value even if the node operators run the same models, because we're going to be sampling every model with different temperature, and that will allow us to overcome some of the pre-training biases of larger models. But we're going to be incentivizing our community to do fine-tunes of their models, or even something as simple as RAG. Because, for instance, if you have a bunch of PDFs on any given topic, say like the science of acoustics, you can just point the node in the direction of those PDFs, and suddenly your individual nodes becomes more knowledgeable in that field. While you don't need to share those materials, no models, no weights, no PDFs with us. Everything stays private, or you're on your node. You're only sharing the results of the inferences. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the team at 42. Give it up. Next up, we have a team working on the economic layer for AI. Please welcome Gaib.
Good morning, Nats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Gaib. We're building the economic layer for AI and compute. With Gaib, we enable the creation of a new type of yield-bearing asset backed by real AI cash flow. Why should you care? Well, the answer is actually really simple. AI is driving the next platform shift and even a potential supercycle after the mobile internet and SaaS era. In the AI era, compute is a new currency, and GPU is the asset that empowers this new compute currency out there, which also captures most of the values in the AI supply chain. Under the global rate cutting cycle, global yield will continue to drop and expected to be below 3% by 2026, which means we need alternative assets that can generate higher yields. GPUs can be that alternative asset. As Jensen Huang noted, every $1 you spend on a GPU right now, you can get $7 back in 4 years. That equates to 100 to 200% APR, where you cannot find such high yield in any other assets out there. But the problem is, how should we get access into this new asset class? Well, right now, there's no way to get direct exposure other than investing into semiconductor stocks like NVIDIA. But with Gaib, we are getting this changed. We're creating a new asset class that allows for direct exposure into crypto and AI. How does it all work? It's actually very simple. Usually, that requires 2 steps to create an economy. First is financialization. Second is liquidity. Take Go as an example. Go is highly illiquid and has high trading frictions. That's why usually we don't trade physical Go. We have different types of instruments to actually invest into them. For example, ETFs, futures, notes, etc. But that's not enough. You also need different avenues of exchanges to trade these instruments. That's why banks, investment banks, brokerages, all these different exchanges are allowing them to be traded. The same thing happened to GPUs, which is also illiquid with high trading frictions, even with a technical barrier. We want to create the same way, the same economy that happened to Go in GPU asset class. How do we do it? The same two steps. First, through financialization, we tokenize GPUs and their yield to create an on-chain yield-bearing asset. And then we provide further liquidities by building these different DeFi use cases, including GPU-backed stablecoins, lending and borrowing, options and futures, structured products like PT and YT. Gaib, unlike the other RWA projects out there, we have an architecture that is built for transparency and decentralization, as compared to others who do things usually in a black box. Our orchestration layer allows us to keep ongoing monitoring of the underlying GPU assets, including the uptime, liveness, performance, etc., etc. In terms of revenue, we have different streams of revenue, but the majority comes from tokenization fees and the ongoing yield cut from the tokenized products on our platform. But the next question comes is, where does the yield come from? As Vitaly noted, the yield has to come from something external. With our strong Web2 AI background, we can harness the actual yield that's generated from demand on the AI cash flow. While one of our co-founders' company, GMI Cloud, is making 100 million revenue by the end of the year through selling AI cloud services to companies like AliCloud, Xiaomi, Ubisoft, etc. With Gaib, we're bringing these actual external yield into crypto. Give it an actual case. So GMI Cloud, data centers like them, they'll come to Gaib. We then tokenize the GPUs and the yield to create an on-chain asset. And these yield will be backed by the actual revenue from their customers. Afterwards, investors like you and I and other institutions can buy into these on-chain assets. We can hold on to them for yield, or we can use them in the DeFi use cases we created, as mentioned earlier. With that, it's so simple. A new type of yield-bearing asset class backed by real AI cash flow just got created, never seen in crypto. How do we make, what's about the team that makes it so special to make the dreams work? Well, we're a team of professionals in finance, crypto, and AI. For me, I'm a big AI fan. I built my own chatbot AI agents. I got my training in investment banking, doing credit research, equity research, and private equity. Afterwards, I went to a crypto exchange to help them with the M&A team before starting a fund with my partner to focus on infrastructure investments, where we did invest into EigenLayer, Renzo, Babylon, etc. And then Alex, the other co-founder, as mentioned, he has an AI cloud company where we're selling having actual customers right now. And his family also runs Realtek, which is the top 7 global chip makers right now. And our CTO, Jun, has a PhD from Cornell, doing cryptographic research in the space since 2016, doing DeFi all the time. And the rest of the team has PhDs in machine learning, AI, and also physics, and also crypto degens that have been in the space for many years. So that's a team where we aim to make. One last thing I want to mention is, I want to borrow a famous saying from Dune: "He who controls compute controls the universe." Thank you.
And now it's time for Q&A.
I would like to hear more about the marketing growth side. So I want to hear more about your GTM strategy in terms of the user acquisition side.
Yeah, there's multiple-fold. In terms of the GTM strategy, for example, from the supply side, where does these assets would come from? We actually have deep connections with the semiconductor companies out there. As we mentioned, because our co-founder has an AI cloud company, and his family has been in the semiconductor for many years. This is one part. So right now, in terms of the pipeline for all these computation assets that we have around $2 billion assets to be tokenized in the coming 1-2 years. And they all come from different regions, including Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, United States, and the other regions in the world. And also in terms of the demand side, we have a couple people, surprisingly, you never know, the actual people that have created these funds that invest specifically into data centers and GPU assets right now. And also multiple people in the DeFi world, we're seeing all these people rushing into RWA, including investing into Ondo for treasury bills, going to Centrifuge, Goldfinch for more private credit related products or yield products out there. So these are all our target audience because we're providing the use that they can compare out there.
So GPUs are non-fungible assets, right? Do you think that's a problem? How are you going to standardize that? And how is that going to affect the liquidity in the markets, like in your marketplace, basically?
Yeah, that's a good question. So same as other assets, GPU is non-fungible. GPU itself is not fungible, but there's like GPUs have multiple series that we will focus on. For example, for us, we only focus on enterprise grade. And the differences and heterogeneities within the same series, for example, H100, that isn't that far. And we can create a specific token for a specific cluster of a GPU out there so that it can capture all the differences they will have, the different profile they will have. As such, we can use different DeFi primitives to actually build up the liquidity. For example, we can have cluster H fungible token packing to a base pair that we created, and cluster B also packing to the base pair that we created. So easy when people provide liquidity on-chain, they can just provide it to this pool where we can actually subsequently send the liquidity to different separate clusters that we created in order to ensure composability and also aggregation of liquidity there.
From like an applicability perspective, like if the compute units, let's say, were actually wanting to be used, is there how? I guess my question is like, how liquid is the expectation of these tokens to be? If like, I would imagine there's like uptime to actually load models to actually like use the compute behind it. Like it would take time. So what is the discretization of liquidity?
Yeah. So I have to clarify one thing. We only focus on the financial perspective. So we make GPU as an asset to be investable, to be invested into. And then for the utility of the GPU's assets, they're being handled by other people. So we're not OutNet, we're not Aether. We cooperate with them, we work with them. They are partners and also our distribution channels for using the GPU there. For us, we focus on the financial perspective for these assets. Yeah. So there's two different perspectives. Yeah. Thank you.
Lisan Al Gaib, the compute must flow. Give it up. How we feeling? That was horrible. Can we try it again? How we feeling? One more time. How we feeling? All right, let's get some Gomonads in the chat on the live stream. I know we've got hundreds of community members tuning in. We are just getting started here at Monad Madness. Before we get to the next pitch, I have a gift for you. It's the next team. Please welcome Gifted.art.
Play. Hey everybody, I'm Jesse, the co-founder and CEO of Gifted.art, an email delivery platform for on-chain goods. On-chain goods have been growing rapidly in the last few years with meaningful adoption in categories such as RWAs and digital art, and more. Today, the experience of receiving an on-chain good is still frustrating and outdated. Recipients often need to download an app or set up a wallet, and this is a very confusing and cumbersome process. This is why we're struggling to onboard the rest of the world. To really reach mass adoption, we're going to need to meet the users where they're at. And this is where we come in. Gifted, we help users send on-chain goods via email. Why email? Email is still the most widely used communication channel in the world. Everybody uses it. And also, with email, that's where every user journey still is today, from e-commerce to marketing to onboarding and more. So for us to reach the rest of the world, this is where we should be. We should meet them where they're at. And that's why Gifted is how we're going to reach mass adoption. Gifted's value proposition is simple. No wallet and app needed. You just log in with your email, and you're ready to go. No crypto needed. The sender gives the recipient the first couple transactions so they can just get started right away. These are the two biggest problems with onboarding today: wallet creation and funding on-ramp. You just can't do anything in crypto before this happens. Lastly, we pride ourselves on a great user experience and a mobile-first approach. This is what it looks like to receive a piece of digital art on Gifted. So how are users using us? Client uses us for events, digital art, e-commerce enablement, and token delivery, such as for wedding cards and Christmas gifts. The holiday seasons are around the corner. If you want to send to your friends and family, we make that easy for you. Just this year alone, we had a major activation for one of our clients, helping them get a conversion rate of 21% from email to new wallet created, with a further 7.5% of post-claim actions. This is how we think everyone should activate all the users. Everyone uses Luma now. Luma has your email. Email lists are not being activated. We can do that for you. Finally, conference event spend that we can measure and know the ROI for. And then if you don't know what to send, we also got you covered. On our roadmap, we're building a suite of useful on-chain goods and gifts so that everybody can send something. And we're starting with personalized gift cards to start, and then we're going to do scratch cards after. Just fun and easy things to do in crypto. This is a big business opportunity. Just digital gifting alone is a massive consumer business, and it's growing year over year. Current market offerings just don't have the same functionality and experience that we need for consumer. And Gifted is building what is, I believe, is the most important step, which is post-delivery actions, letting users do something after getting the email. So far, we've bootstrapped our business to 12K in revenue and 3,000 deliveries sent. Our business model is simple. We charge $1 per email, and then we also upcharge for custom domains and custom email campaigns. Beyond revenue, our users love the product. This UX is fire is from one of the many thank you notes we got from our clients. We're a team of engineers. Me and my co-founder worked at PopShop Live, one of the leading live streaming e-commerce platforms in the US that got acquired last year. And our BD advisor is the co-founder of one of the largest digital art funds in the world. We've all been in crypto for 7+ years, and we understand consumer, digital ownership, and the importance of provenance. We're now raising a pre-seed round to achieve our next milestones. Our milestones are very clear. 20,000 in deliveries per month, 1 million total value sent per month. And we plan on doing this by growing with partners and building on consumer-focused chains such as Monad. So don't hesitate this holiday season. Start giving to your friends and family via Gifted. Thank you.
I'm curious how the competitive landscape looks because, for example, if I wanted to gift someone via email today, I can do so with Coinbase, right? And so I'm just curious, I'm sure you had a couple other competitors on that chart there. Just want to understand the landscape better.
Right. Right now, today, you can gift through a lot of smart wallets, but to be able to gift kind of any NFT on any chain, a bundle NFT plus NFT and tokens were the only solution on the market. Separately, we take care of the whole user experience, not just the email, but once they go from email to seeing the product, seeing your gift, we make sure that that's an extremely beautiful user front end. We have context on your gift, personalized notes, and just we make that easy on mobile and on desktop.
You had mentioned that the conversion between email to then like a wallet created was 21%. So what happens to the remaining 79%?
The rest of the 79%, there's a variety of either the email wasn't opened or it's kind of the NFT kind of sits there for them. Even they've opened it, they just decided not to log in. For that specific activation, it was just a POAP. There was no use with the NFT, and that was still 21% conversion. We estimate that if it was actually meaningful or useful to utility, most users would actually claim it because then they would want to take the NFT out.
Yeah, that's fair. In the case that it isn't, though, is there a way to like reclaim like an NFT sent?
Yes, actually. So it's a great question. If you send to the wrong email or it doesn't get claimed, there is a function where as long as it hasn't been claimed yet, you can just take it all back.
I'm curious about the defensibility because if I'm just sending USDC or NFTs to someone else, how much value add does like the pretty animations and a completely separate application that they might have to install or even open potentially a suspicious looking email ad?
For sure. And that's a great question. I think for us, the technology side is mostly email infrastructure, where most other Web3 companies aren't really building on right now. And that's where you have to do a lot of work on spam and delivery rates. And I think that's one defense. On the other side, once a user does onboard via Gifted, they have a wallet. And a lot of the users we plan on targeting are consumers that may or may not ever set up their own wallet. That's the rest of the world. And we think that if they start with us, we are then going to be the gateway to the rest of crypto for them.
I'm curious what type of gifts you've seen lead to the highest activation. So is it PO apps or digital art or USDC?
Most of our current gifting has been PO apps and digital art. There aren't too many on-chain goods that's not speculative or around gambling. So our goal is to work with more consumer-focused products in the space so that we can start sending meaningful, useful gifts or any items, really. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much to the team at Gifted. Our next team had a very lovely intro written down, but it was way too gigabrain for me to memorize, so I'll just bring them up to the stage. Please welcome Jigsaw Finance.
Well, hello. Hi, my name is Eric, and I am the founder of Jigsaw Finance. Jigsaw is a CDP stablecoin protocol that allows their users to maintain max capital efficiency as well as composability over their assets. One of the main issues that plague CDP stablecoins is the narrow scope in which they can be minted, as well as the even more narrow scope in which they can earn yield, if they earn yield at all. We aim to address this by partnering with other top DeFi protocols that'll aid in our market penetration of JUSD in the DeFi space as a whole. An example of this would be a user coming to Jigsaw with $100,000 in ETH. They can deposit that ETH and take an immediate loan in JUSD, our stablecoin, and from there they can begin to earn yield in a way that they choose. Whether an example of this would be a deposit of their ETH into Dinero, which will immediately mint their LST APX ETH. This APX ETH will immediately start earning about 7% yield on their original asset. And from there, they can take this APX ETH and further deposit it into Pendle. These are all protocols that are integrated into our platform. So now they're earning yield on both Pendle and Dinero, and they're stacked on top of each other, all while they have their loan taken out. But even though they have their loan taken out, they're not trapped in the original deposit in which they chose. They can withdraw from Pendle and then further withdraw from Dinero, and then choose a different DeFi protocol to deposit into, whether it be Swell or Ion or any of our other partners, if they're earning higher yields or if there's something else that they want to farm. All of this introduces a bit of complexities, and we didn't want to just attract the power DeFi users. We wanted to attract the guys that could barely use MetaMask. To do this, we implemented a infrastructure of intents via a couple of our partners, and this will allow users to come to our platform and take one of two paths. They can take the path in which they customize the actions that they want to have taken care of for them on the platform, or they can choose to go the path of the strategies that are pre-laid out for them. So it could just be a one-click, and the platform will take care of all of the auto-compounding, claiming, looping, all of the above. This allows the users to go ahead and have a more simplified experience and they can kind of just relax and allow the platform to do what it does. As we expand, we want to make sure that we are aligned with the ecosystems in which we enter, such as Monad and the rest of the cohort. And to do this, we implemented a dual token system. This dual token system consists of both our JUSD and stake JUSD, Jig and stake Jig. JUSD will be our openly traded stablecoin. Stake Jig will be the stablecoin that earns yields on our platform. Jig will be our governance token that is, again, openly traded, and stake Jig will be, our SJig will be our staked voting token. And with this voting token, it allows users to, similar to the way that VE curve works, to control the flow of the incentives on the platform. And being that we wanted everyone to have proper alignment on how the incentives work and how they can cater to themselves, the way that we implemented the voting system is that everything is extremely granular. If a user is currently farming the March 25th R-Sweep pool on Pendle, they can vote for that specific pool to earn the incentives with their voting power. And this goes for all of the integrations that we have on the platform. We believe that this kind of alignment puts everyone together in that they'll be able to, from the partnerships to the users, they'll be able to make sure that there is a flywheel effect that is created, and that if a user is farming R-Sweep and they increase the yield on said pool, that increased yield doesn't just go to them, it goes to the, all the farmers in that pool. And if that pool's yield is increased, it'll incentivize other users who may have chosen a different LRT to deposit to maybe go mint out more R-Sweep because it has a higher yield because its TVL grew overall. And being that this creates a nice flywheel effect, it incentivizes both the partners and the users to hold and maintain and grow the TVL on the platform overall. This is Jigsaw. Thank you.
How do you think about the risk of bad debt for the protocol if you deposit ETH and then it's used in an underlying protocol that has risk?
Yes, this was one of the main things that we considered when we were building out the platform. That is the reason why we went with the over-collateralized manner process, as well as we limited the scope in which the protocols can be onboarded. We generally go with battle-hardened protocols, as well as on top of having their own audits, we also go and do our own further audits via Halburn or the other, some of the other top firms. So we don't just integrate on the strength of just integrating for popularity. It's battle-hardened, age, time spent, and also the way that the infrastructure is set up. We look for protocols that have the least amount of access points to avoid the situation.
And then even if after all that there's an issue, how does the protocol handle it?
So with if there's an issue downstream, we'll be pulling from Treasury, as well as continuing, we aim to continue the protocol, removing said bad debt creator, removing them, and then using revenue to repay the bad debt over time. Okay.
So you'd mentioned that there's two options. One, either a customized capabilities for choosing how to utilize the whatever is staked versus a one-click approach.
Yes.
So what is behind the decisions for that one-click approach?
So because we have both lazy farmers and individuals who have specific needs. By having both options, it gives the user more choices on how they want to have their yields handled. Some users want to have their yields, like a risk-on user will prefer to have their.
Sorry, let me restate my question. So if I'm someone who doesn't want to think about how to generate yield, what actually goes into the one-click option?
Oh yeah, so you would so there's about 2 more trees that would come from that selection. It would be max yield is the thought process behind it, where if you if all you're looking to have is to maintain the max amount of yield returned to you, you can just click that, and that's what will happen. We'll route out the most efficient path to get you the most yield on the back end, but you can also specify if you wanted to maximize points on one side. So we would go through a path that would earn you the most amount of points from X, Y, and Z platform, or if you wanted to have it to where the real yield isn't paid in ETH or real yield is paid in USDC, all of that can be chosen on your beforehand.
All right, thank you so much, Eric from Zigzag. All right, thank you so much, everyone. We have 3 more pitches before we break for lunch. The Discord is going crazy at the moment. I want to give a shout out to the Monart Live, Laugh, Love community. So keep the comments and questions coming. Next up, we have a team building a 3D data platform. Please welcome Zach and Alice from Jojoworld.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zach. I'm founder of Jojoworld. I'm a daydreamer. I fly 30 hours from New York City to here, all to chase my Bangkok dream. My dream in spatial intelligence. This is Michael and his teacher, Sophie. Michael got autism. I met them in a care center in Queens. Michael was not happy, so I showed Jojoworld to him and how to do the spatial 3D stuff. The next day, Sophie called me back to say thanks. She praised us for creating a new world for Michael, a very personalized dream. Actually, this inspired my job in spatial 3D. Jojoworld is a decentralized AI 3D data platform. We decentralize the collection of high-quality 3D data and provide to Google, NVIDIA, OpenAI to train Tech2 3D models and large world models. Tesla bot shows that spatial intelligence is the future of robot training. With spatial 3D data, we can help robots understand the real world through simulation of virtual. The spatial 3D market is huge. It will reach 1.06 trillion by 2030, major use in e-commerce, AR, VR, spatial intelligence. The pain points lies in the scarcity and high cost of spatial 3D data. This is a video created by AI Studio using all the spatial 3D data sets we provide. Every item inside, there are 3Ds. And by using platform token, we can incentivize creators to contribute our 3D data. Our ecosystem has 3 layers. At the top, they are creators. They send us data, and we give them token. We supply data in the middle. At the top, they are data buyers. They consume token to get access to our spatial 3D data. This is our roadmap and the go-to-market plan. We complete TCE in the third quarter of 2025 and welcome onboard our first institutional client. And by the end of next year, we'll reach 2 million revenue. Our product has launched. Creators can upload raw 3D data by our requirement just using this button. This is our business plan. If we have 5,000 institutional clients, our revenue could be $5 billion a year. Phenomenal. And this is our tokenomics. We incentivize creators to contribute spatial 3D data. And for tech companies, they burn token to get used to our data. For marketing and growth, we use both online and offline methods. These are the AMA events we had in Silicon Valley and in New York City. We have accumulated about 50,000 creators worldwide. They understand our token's value, and they are very eager to upload. We partner with top 4 AI companies. We joined NVIDIA Global Star Program, Microsoft Founders Hub. We have collected over 1 million raw spatial 3D data sets. Compared with Scale AI, the valuation is $13.8 billion, so we have more than 100 times growth potential. We have a strong team. AI partner Alice graduated from MIT. Data scientist Sean graduated from GIT. Alice, co-founder, she has more than 10 years experience in execution. UX lead Enzo graduated from Stanford with a PhD. I graduated from Columbia, and I was an investment banker with JP Morgan. Also, I was a researcher at the World Bank. Our investors including Swiss Exchange, Heskey Group, and Hermitage Capital. With Monart, high TPS and low fees and EVM friendly, these are ideal for our the large-scale spatial 3D data transactions. And also, we will bring Monart with new users and liquidity with our more than 100,000 KOLs and 100 million raw 3D data in the future. Also, we will help Monart to build a full AI ecosystem. Oh, lastly, I want to share this clip of Professor
Such a hard problem to crack is to bring all this into 3D, because the real world is 3D, and humans' spatial intelligence is built upon this very native.
Yeah, address the importance of 3D. Now, I want to be Professor Feifei Li's spatial 3D data provider. I want to advancing the spatial intelligence. Together, we can create dreams for everyone. Let's go! Thank you. This is my co-founder, Alice.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, could you tell us a bit more about from where and how do you collect this data?
Okay. Currently, we collect over 1 million raw spatial 3D data. And actually, our business models, we use Web3 way to incentivize creators. And for these creators, their typical picture, actually, they are UI, UX professionals, architects, designers, and artists. The largest among them is UI, UX professionals, because in the whole world, there are 22 million. So we use token to incentivize. They give us a spatial 3D data, and we provide 3D data sets to Google, NVIDIA, and the Tesla bots to train tech to 3D models and the large world models. Because large world models is the most advanced one compared with LLMs. Yeah.
Curious on your thoughts on how human capturing 3D space can compete against, for example, millions of Tesla cars and a bunch of other cars that are constantly capturing data 24/7 in probably most countries around the world.
Yeah, very good question. Actually, in terms of the spatial 3D data, there are two kind of different categories. One is for the virtual scenes, mostly used for gaming. Another one is for the real world. But for the real world 3Ds, they are very complicated compared with the virtual stuff. So we started with virtual stuff, and the next stage is going to the real world for the versatilities.
I want to add something more about this question. It's a really good question. For the data collected from the cars, like you drove every day, the quality is very poor. So for our data collected from designers, they created data with very special professional software such as Unity and Blender with very high quality. So high quality data will play an important role for the training of the LLMs and LWMs.
Could you guys also tell me about how you guys would maintain token valuation, because you guys are incentivizing your creators with your token, and how would you like to maintain that?
Okay, great. Yeah, because we have some clients, future clients like Google, NVIDIA, OpenAI, and maybe they will pay the annual fee to us with fiat. So when we get a fiat, we will buy back our tokens.
Is the data mostly visual, or are there also other like interactive properties that are captured, like if material on material?
It's visible. So for clients, we will provide like a software system, so they can to choose the data what they want to buy, and also for the creators, we have the front end functions. Which has been launched live. So creators can just upload their 3D model and just to have a review, yeah.
Right, okay. So I guess my question is like, would there be some understanding of like, let's say you upload a couch, like a 3D model of a couch. Would there be inherent information about its squishiness, let's say, or like if you put an object on top of the couch, is there knowledge of that?
Yeah, you can combine different kind of items together, yeah. Yeah, like in the video, like they use all the different kind of 3D items we provide, they put together. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice and Zach. Thank you from Jojoworld. All right, next up, we have a team that is tapping into the new world of social media betting. Please welcome TH from Kizzy.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for taking the day to learn more about these awesome projects building on Monad. My name's Aditya, I'm one of the co-founders of Kizzy, and today I want to share how we're disrupting the betting industry. But before we get started, I want to start by asking the audience 2 questions. First, raise your hand if you have Twitter or YouTube on your phone. Wow, that's almost every single person in the room. Now, this next question may surprise you or not, but raise your hand if you've ever placed a bet or gambled, and yes, buying a meme coin counts. Wow, look at all the people in the crowd. But don't take their word for it. Today, social media commands the world's attention, with platforms like YouTube and Instagram having billions of monthly active users. Today, social media apps are some of the most used and valuable apps on the planet, and these numbers are only going up. When you take a look at betting, you can also see a similar but amazing growth story. Today, over half the world's population participates in betting every year, with an estimated $1 trillion market cap by 2030. Betting has also gone through a series of evolutions just in the last few years, starting with mobile gaming and sports betting, with DraftKings leading the charge. You now have betting on prediction markets with companies like Polymarket, who did over $3.2 billion in election volume just this year. Now, ask yourselves the question, what happens when you take something like social media, which is so proliferated with so much consumption, and combine it with something as exciting and exhilarating as betting, introducing the first social media betting app, Kizzy, where you can bet on your favorite creators and influencers with the touch of a button. We've designed Kizzy from the ground up to provide an easy but intuitive experience for anyone wanting to bet on the biggest creators in the world. The app is live with both creators on YouTube and Twitter, where you can get started in under 30 seconds betting on them. Now let's actually talk about how betting works on the platform. We've taken a lot of inspiration from sports betting, where you actually bet on the performance of athletes and sports teams, but instead you now bet on influencers and creators. You can bet on their content. So in this example here, I'm actually able to bet on Donald Trump. He just won the US elections. He's been killing it on Twitter lately. And so I actually want to be able to bet on the engagement that he has on his tweets. So I can navigate to the app, click on his profile, and bet that he's going to get over 16 million views on his next tweet. Now let's talk about how the markets for Kizzy work. We're first leveraging pari-mutuel markets that are two-sided, where liquidity is provided by the players on either the over or under. We then have a strike, which is set at 16 million views. In this example, within the first 12 hours, we're actually tracking close to real time the performance of his tweets and then settling the markets depending on the outcome. So where are we at today? We're currently in closed alpha with our early customers who love the product and are playing every day. We had over 5,000 applications, and of those, we picked 200. I'm excited to announce that over 70% of them are playing every single day with an average of 250 transactions per users. We've also been marketing on Twitter at the same time and have, just in the last few weeks, done over 750,000 organic impressions, and you can see it on the right here, some of the feedback from our amazing community. So where do we go from here? We see Kizzy as being the de facto social media betting product for the world. Just like DraftKings is for sports betting and Polymarket is now for prediction markets, we see social media betting as inevitable because it's built on top of the largest attention economy in the world. So we can not just scale horizontally into more platforms and more creators, but we can also innovate on the game modes that are on top of these creators. Introducing our newest game mode, live betting, where you actually get notified in the app that your favorite creator or influencer posted. So in this example, MKBHD posted a video. I can then bet with up to 50x leverage on the engagement that video gets after it's been posted. So I can actually watch it and decide how much to bet or if I want to bet or not. And then this last part is really interesting because you can now socially share your trades just like you do with popular trading apps. However, you can share directly with the social media betting that you have directly in the app. Now, I want to talk about the team because this is my favorite part. We're a team of 4 co-founders. This is our second venture together where we previously built and sold a Solana social media-based infrastructure company. We survived FTX, and so you know we have the resilience to survive anything. Our team has incredibly diverse experience from some of the biggest Web2 companies in the world, but we've also been deep in the trenches working in Web3 for the last 2 years. We've spent over 180 days together under the same roof, and we have not just the ability to execute, but the resilience to survive. Thank you so much for your time. I also want to give a chance for you guys to try the app and get a chance for how we build and execute product. You can scan the QR code here and use the invite code GMONA to get access to the application. Thank you so much.
So yeah, maybe based on the initial usage of the MVP, like what do you see people betting on beyond the views of these posts and stuff? Like what are the emerging behaviors people are betting on?
That's a great question. So from our conversations with early users, one of the key things that we've learned is they believe that social media betting is absolutely a skills-based game. And so there's a variety of different factors that go into the popularity of posts. And our users are able to actually correctly predict the likelihood of certain events happening and their viewership bias. And so in terms of what they're wanting to bet on, if you look at sports today, it starts with a simple sports match, but sports betting companies have innovated in terms of how you're able to bet on those sports matches all the way from fixed odds, fantasy, parlays. We see that same evolution happening with sports betting, starting with the engagement and the posts that these influencers create. Another way to put this is what dictates performance on sports teams is how they perform in their matches. What dictates popularity for social media creators, it's how they perform with their posts and their content.
Has most of the volume in your early tests been more crypto or non-crypto influencers?
That's another fantastic question and something we were actually thinking about what direction volume is going to move when we first launched. To our surprise, the majority of the volume has actually been on non-crypto accounts like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, etc. And so that was actually interesting to learn because had we not supported those creators at the beginning, we would have never discovered that. We really want to, social media is used by everyone. We want to be able to support not just Web3, but the entire kind of social media ecosystem. And so having the biggest creators in the world on the platform allows us to do that.
What's the defense against, let's say, botting?
That's another fantastic question, and a question we actually get every time we introduce this product to someone. So when it comes to manipulation and bot activity on social media sites, it's an area where we've spent a lot of time researching. So Sybil activity is impossible to prevent from a social media perspective, and they've tried for years to try to limit bot activity on their platforms. While we can't actually control bot activity on those specific platforms, what Kizzy can do is mitigate the risks and the downstream effects that happen on the game. And so we have two main mitigation techniques. First is market formation and game modeling. So Kizzy's markets are very short time frame, anywhere between a couple hours to 12 hours maximum, and we also support the biggest creators and influencers in the world. And so take Elon Musk, for example, who gets, let's say, 10, 12 million views in 12 hours of tweeting. It's incredibly hard for bot activity to be coordinated on Twitter to move the number of viewership for Elon Musk in the few millions. In addition, you also have to coordinate that activity on the Kizzy platform, where we have real-time monitoring across the entire tech stack, all the way from player activity, deposits, to specific creator monitoring, where we can actually flag anomalies in our system and review that data to make a decision. Our priority is to create an environment which is fair and transparent for our players, and we spend a lot of time being able to protect the markets from bot or manipulation activity.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Super excited about Kizzy. All right, right before lunch, we have one more pitch. We have a team that is building a free walk-to-earn mobile app that makes your daily life into a bit of a treasure hunt. So please welcome Yuki and Edward to the stage from LootGo.
Hi, I'm Yuki from LootGo, and excited for the launch of my pitch. So LootGo is like a Pokemon Go, but collecting meme coins, turning your daily life into treasure hunt to find next 100x meme coins. So crypto provides massive upside, especially meme coins, but it's still hard to get started. The tech-end experience is not just designed for the everyday people, but the biggest hurdle here is that most of the apps and games are like pay-to-play. You cannot basically play anything without paying up front. So what if we could provide like a fun and a free way for them to start playing it, and then they can start earning the meme coin from those gameplay. So it could reduce the barrier a lot, and then we can increase engagement on chain a lot. So LootGo creates the smoothest onboarding for non-crypto users to start earning meme coins for free. So it's super simple. You just need to walk around and collect loot boxes, and then just open it to get a random meme coins. So that will create your first crypto portfolio super easily. So we are literally like a treasure hunt to find next 100x meme coin. So it's progressive onboarding from crypto levers for your daily habits to start trading in one single app. So from this treasure hunt part, you can have a free meme coin from the loot boxes, and then that is funded by reward ads. And then by holding those meme coins, we can tap into the excitement and FOMO, especially when those meme coins goes like 2x or 5x or whatever. So we can encourage them to top up and trade more with those excitement. And we implement like a super simple on-ramp with like Apple Pay or Google Pay so that they could expose themselves more to this excitement. And we combine like Web 2 best practice with crypto reward. So the move to earn with reward ad is already like proven in the Web 2 apps. And then we combine it together with like crypto reward as a potential upside instead of having like a flat reward. And then we make it free to play so everyone can start playing it and then create their portfolio for free. And with a seamless onboarding so they don't care about like a wallet or transaction fee or whatever. And one big difference from the other move to earn app is that our app itself is not speculative, but we are like a platform to access speculative assets. So we don't depend on like our own token's price, but more like because we use and curate like other meme coins to use it, so that this diversification creates more chances for those users to earn and win, and it will create more higher retention with the daily habit gameplay. So why now? Because tech is ready with Monart's high TPS and easy embedded wallet and easy on-ramp. And the market-wise, the meme coin kind of surged as an asset for the next generation. And it's super attractive because it's very easy to understand. And it gives a sense of belonging as a tokenized communities. So we target like a trillion speculation market, starting with like 100 million real money game users. And then we work with crypto native first through like meme coin communities or Monarch community. We already talking like several with meme coin communities. But our main target will be like a crypto aware users or non-crypto users. And we will onboard them through like a referral mechanism with the crypto native users and like a mass marketing like TikToks. And as a business model, we use reward as to cover the distribution cost of meme coin so that we could be positive unit economics, and then we capture more from the trading fees. That would be the main business model, and we could be like a go-to front end for those non-crypto users with the treasure hunt mechanic. Also, we could work together with meme coin communities to promote their meme coins to the new users and also providing like a gamified experiences. So our team has a track record with a location-based social app on Farcaster and onboarded a lot of Japanese enterprise to build their consumer crypto experience to the mass users. And our team started together around 2 years ago from East Global Hackathon, and then working together for consumer crypto side. And for why Monad? So we need high TPS to have a lot of micropayment, and also we are kind of aligned with the community-centric goals. And we need Keone's meme coin for sure. And we would love to work together with more Monarch project too, to having location-based airdrop. So thank you so much.
So since you had mentioned that it's more about a platform to access other speculative assets, what is the benefit, or like how are you intending on getting meme coin projects, let's say, to use LootGo as the platform of choice for distribution?
So first of all, we kind of fund those meme coins from our revenue, which is mainly like reward and trading fee, so that we don't have to negotiate for each meme coin community. So we don't need to cap our growth based on those partnerships. But obviously, we could have more partnerships with meme coin communities. We already talk with like Amigos on base, but yeah, they're very interesting because they could have provide a gamified experience for the community, but also they could have exposure to new users together with super low CAC. Like each loot box could be like a 10 cent as an expected value. So if they provide like, for example, $5,000 of their token, it already gives like 50K, interaction with their, meme coin. So that will create more engagement for their community as well.
And the ads that you're talking about, are those, from what you've seen, are they crypto team ads, or is it like Web 2 ads?
Yeah, so I think we're taking mostly like Web 2 apps because we're trying to implement this like sort of proven mobile ads model to fund rewards. And so yeah, like it could be Web 2, but it could also be Web 3, depending on the audience and the demographic. Yeah.
Yeah, and we service like a typical ad network, like an ad mob from Google or something like that, because so we could jumpstart it to serve the ads and then make a revenue as well.
How much do you get paid per ad, or how much like money do you get paid like per ad?
It depends on the geography because I think it's usually segmented between high, medium, and low CPM areas or countries. I think the benefit here is that as part of it, like for the walking to earn, like we know their location because like we're going to place the loot boxes in those locations. So we kind of have an expectation of like what that eCPM or CPM would be for that particular user, and we always make sure when we distribute the meme coin or the amount of meme coins, the value is less than what we will expect to get from the ad revenue. Yeah.
Is there any strategy to like the physical placement, or I guess the digitally location-based loot boxes?
Yeah, I think we might apply some gamification to it. So like if you're a heavy user, then like you'll have better rewards to make it more exciting and like increase loyalty and retention for using the product. Yeah.
Gamonad, Gamadness. I know it's afternoon here in Bangkok, but for everyone tuning in on the live stream, well, maybe not everyone, but for some of them, it is morning. We're delighted to be here with you. We have many more teams to pitch this afternoon. If you're here in the live audience, you get a vote. You get to partially determine some of the prizes that these amazing teams will win. Same with the viewers in the community tuning in on the live stream. There is a community vote as well. So keep your ears open, and without further ado, want to welcome an amazing gaming studio developer and publisher to the stage, working on a next-gen shooter. Please welcome M10.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Amazing. Hi, I'm Nathan, the founder of M10. We're a next-gen video game publisher and developer. Every decade or so, gaming goes through this massive shift. Think Riot with free-to-play and MOBAs, or Zynga with casual and social. They didn't just create new games, they drove fundamental shifts in the way players play games, right? And that's exactly what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about what the next big shifts are. We're going to talk about the game we're building. We're going to talk about the new economy and business model powered by Web3. And we're going to talk about how we leverage all of these things to turn ourselves into the next big publisher developer. We live in what I like to call the brain rot era, right? Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, it's fried our brains, right? We have this constant need for dopamine. And it's no different in gaming, right? We've seen the decline of strategy games. Narrative is being cut from games at this point. That being said, the top games are from the pre-brain rot era, right? And so there's this opportunity to create a new type of shooter game where, it's catered perfectly for this constant need of dopamine and action. And so that's where our first game, Project Fallen, comes in. It's a 1v1 competitive shooter where you control 4 or 5 different squads. You can rapidly hot swap between them in third-person shooter mode, jumping from action to action. And it's just a short, intense 10-minute session with absolutely no boring moments. And it's set in this immersive world. Think Giza, New York, Paris. I know we all like to see Paris underwater. And we really think about it as Helldivers 2, but PvP. Helldivers is the biggest game this year. It's done almost $1 billion in revenue, but they're never going to add PvP. And lucky for us, the PvP market is also 5 times bigger than the PvE market. It's also a perfect go-to-market strategy for us because we can hyper-target this core audience. And this isn't just theoretical. We've play-tested this game with plenty of players, have got overwhelmingly positive feedback, and the hot swapping has consistently been called out as the most unique feature and the most compelling feature. And, this is Web3, the second big wave that's happening. We really think about it as pouring gas on fire. whilst we have this game that's constant action, a couple hours of real solid fun, we want to turn this into the player's next big obsession. And we do this through a deep player-driven economy. The players drive the economy both through play, through competitive play, where the only way to get the best items is to rank higher and higher and get those items. The only other way is to buy it from them, right? The other way that the players drive the economy is through a deep UGC cosmetic system. We all know that UGC is very powerful for revenue and retention, but it's been handicapped. A lot of the games that have UGC, it's kind of on the side. They aren't really able to monetize it. And in the rare cases where they are able to monetize it, the games take insane take rates, 50, 60, 70% in some cases. What we're going to have is UGC on steroids. Think, this is going to be a core part of the game. The players will take most of the sort of revenue from it, and they're going to get to meet all the cosmetic demand in the economy just through their own creations. And this really ties into the new sort of business model that we're working on, the dominant one currently being free-to-play. This one goes beyond free-to-play. And the way free-to-play works is, free game, and they make you spend for in-game transactions. But there's some core problems with this model. The first is, it's been 10 to 15 years since this model came out. It's reaching a level of saturation. And, with this model, it has hyper-aggressive monetization. They're constantly trying to shove microtransactions down players' throats. What we're working on is called in-app taxation, where essentially we don't sell anything at all to players. Everything is given away for free. But the way we make money is taking tax from player-to-player trade, right? We have this vibrant economy with lots of volume happening. And so it leads to this flywheel effect where, like I said, there's this giant amount of volume. It solves the core problems in free-to-play. But it also leads to very interesting secondary and tertiary implications. We're expecting increased monetization conversion and also changes to distribution. And we need to nail a couple of things. We need to nail the game, the sort of business model economy. We need to get this to millions of players and then scale ourselves into the big publisher developer. And lucky for us, we have the best team for this. My co-founder, Lars, was the CEO of Trion Worlds. They raised $200 million, built massive games like Rift and Trove. He's one of the few people in the entire world that has built a publisher developer from the ground up. My other co-founder, Martin, he's made games played by millions of players. He was the game director on Assassin's Creed, Origins and Liberation, some of my favorite ones. As for myself, I've spent a lot of time working on new economic systems and models. I was a contributor at Olympus DAO and Nine Heroes. Also was a massive FIFA Ultimate Team player, did millions of coins in volume. And there we have it, right? We're going to take this new business model, this new game, and leverage those to turn ourselves, not just one game, but turn ourselves into the next big giant publisher developer. Thank you.
Could you go more in depth on the tax business model that you've kind of innovated on?
For sure. What specifically?
Just in general, how does that work? Yeah, just how does that work specifically?
Yeah, so effectively, we don't sell anything at all to players, right? Specifically for the power-related items, that's all won through play. So the higher and higher the player ranks, the greater probability there is of getting a rarer item. So the probability really allows us to maintain a balanced system because, you know what I mean? And so that's completely driven through the players, right? So the only way to get that really rare item is to, go to the highest ranks or to buy it from someone that has. So it's like a zero-sum system at the same time. Whereas the cosmetics, like I say, we don't sell any cosmetics directly to players. We allow the UGC to drive it. And then, like I say, we just take a tax. There's some very, very interesting implications. Like I say, we've actually been working with these two researchers from MIT. And so it gets very deep, but we expect these giant volumes, we tax it, and so on.
You had a slide on the broader trends in PvP, like shooters. What's causing the decline of the player count from, I think it was like 90 million down to 70 million over a span of 4 years?
Yeah, I think that's just a general sort of, like I say, we now live in this brain rot era. Whilst a lot of the big shooter games at the moment have been able to retain a lot of the players, I like to use an example of Fortnite, for example. If you're half decent, you play a 30-minute match, just one game is 30 minutes. But for more than half the match, you're spent hiding, camping, running around. You're not constantly jumping from action to action. And so my theory, right, because there's no real way of telling, is that a lot of these games, whilst they're fun, whilst they're very sticky, are they adhering to the new sort of brains that we have, right? This brain rot that I mentioned. I think that's one of the big reasons. We've seen a little bit of an uptick of PvE. That's because Helldivers 2 this year came out. Space Marines 2 as well came out. That's why. Otherwise, it's been fairly flat.
I guess just more back to basics. There's a lot of competition in that space. What sort of, I guess what's the key differentiator from a gameplay perspective that would make me want to play this one versus others?
Yeah, like I say, this, I'll try to show it on the screen. This hot swapping, it's never been done before, absolutely never been done before. Where you control all the 4 different squads, you rapidly jump between them in third-person shooter mode. Never been done before. We've had fairly big play tests. That's the core element of the game. It's never been done before. You have to come to us effectively if you want this experience, and that's been the real hook of the game. To be very honest, there's also like a tactical mode. Again, never really been done before, especially in this format. Did I answer your question?
It's fully built out already?
Oh, this is all playable. Yeah. I mean, it's not fully built out. We're still closing up pre-production, but we're hoping to launch sometime next year.
Thank you.
Give it up for M10. Thanks very much. Next up, we welcome a team working on a cultural incentive layer with gifts, loot boxes, and fun all around. Please welcome to the stage, Monart.
All right, how are we doing today? My name is Edwin. I'm the co-founder here at Monart. Here at Monart, we engage in one thing, IP powerhouse. We transform crypto IPs into consumer products, pushing to mainstream, accelerating mass adoption. We want to do 3 things here, designing, manufacturing, and distribution. To do this, we have created expertise from 3 areas. IP operation experience from my partner Roxy. I'm bringing supply chain experience. Also just graduated from college this May from Wake Forest. And our advisory board coming from LEGO and PopMart. PopMart is operating in a really interesting sector, IP operation. Guess how much this toy cost? $100. Celebrities like Lisa from Blackpink is going crazy over things like this because it conveys emotional values. They're making over $800 million at a 70% margin and a 50% repurchase rate. That's probably the most fantastic consumer product metrics I've seen so far. But they have one Achilles heel. They can't ensure transparency and fairness because they're a centralized company. You can't verify that anywhere. Here at Web3, our IPs are verifiable on-chain with transparency, but there's one problem. We don't have that many IP derivatives. Everybody's talking about NFT back in the days. Hey, I like your Azuki. Nah, I don't like your Bored Ape. It's kind of, need some more energy. But now, everybody's talking about the memes. They're all too short-lived. What if we can create one product that can extend their life longer than that? Introducing physical toys. Project Penguin did this model, making $16 million through traditional distribution channels like Amazon and Walmart. But they have a little problem. They only operate their own IPs. Here at Monart, we're an IP powerhouse. We find the best IPs in crypto, turn them into mystery boxes, and ship it to customers. Customers can buy our mystery boxes through 2 channels. You can buy it through on-chain, through either our website or Telegram mini apps, looking like that. There are 2 steps in this. They come to our mini app. They purchase it. It's going to be a blind box. They can trade this blind box. And when they open, if it comes out to a rarity like this, which has a 10x premium over normal ones from PopMart's experience, they really want to trade that. And we get to make some of the marketplace fee. Also, you can see us in traditional Web2 channels. We'll push it, focus on TikTok live streaming. Remember those really catchy, addictive influencer on TikTok? They're talking about the crystals. That's the things we're aiming for this. So every time when we sell one of our mystery boxes to traditional Web 2 users, we're turning one Web 2 user to Web 3 one at a time. Here in this protocol, we're connecting Web 2, Web 3 through this traditional consumer products realms, starting with mystery boxes. But what's really important is the backbone. We really need a high throughput blockchain like Monart. The reason being is we need 3 blocks, so Ethereum won't do it. In the second block, we will order all the transactions, and we'll use a parity of sum equation to find who's winning the higher rarity box, like this, that Lisa likes. By doing this, we ensure we protect ourselves from MEV hunters because they will always have to know the next block. If they want to mess around with it, good. More transactions for us, more revenues. I love it. We'll start with our original Momo IP by the end of this year, Q1 next year, our first pop-up store, Q2 next year, our first in-person store, and Q3 next year, integrating all these IPs on-chain with the GameFi and other ecosystems. Thank you so much.
Like, at least I think you were saying that design, produce, and deliver the art toys, right? So you're going to be covering all of that for the clients that are coming to you?
You're talking about it's either we come to them or they come to me.
Right, yeah.
So for the 3 channels, we do fulfillment really easy, just direct mail from the manufacturing in the Eastern China Coast to the US. And the first 2 things, designing and manufacturing, right, we'll use the resources recommended from our PopMart advisors. And I want to break it down. This is a very important question. For manufacturers, most of these toy stores, they operate at a 10% margin. And to collaborate with big firms like PopMart, they have a crazy long accounts receivable days. So by collaborating with firms like us, we really ensure them they cannot survive, but to make good margins on their end. Manufacture is a really tiring business to be operating. And for designing, right now, Parma is only operating with like 10% of their overall IP creators. So by tapping into that 90 creators, it is really easy to help them monetize. But that will be a step after our crypto. We'll start with the Monarch community, and then other crypto ecosystems like PP and Doge. And listen, if we make all these things purple, like Monat, let the world see Monat. Let the world see Monat everywhere.
Curious why PopMart only collaborates with the 10% of creators.
Because for a company like that, they have an existing customer that is trusting their brand with a very hard margin. So by taking a risk like that, they don't know if it's going to impact their existing business, and they don't know if these boxes will sell really good.
How does the IP selection process work again? How do you decide what to turn into?
Sure. Well, I'll break it down to 2 stages. In the first stage, we'll partner with existing memes that is featured every week on the Monat Twitter. I love those memes. And the second step is to collaborate with other public domain IPs like memes. And in the third section, we'll rely on our community vote to find the best IPs. We'll break it down to like a 50-50 revenue sharing model where some people will put up some money up front so that we get to negotiate with the Chinese manufacturers, and then they will find the IPs and they can collaborate on that. So it's like there are 3 parties and each is taking their specific risks and return profiles.
Thank you. Give it up for Monart. By show of hands, how many of you in the audience and in the Discord chat, how many of you transact on chain? pretty good. Not as many as I would have expected, but it's still pretty early, and there's a lot of work that can be done to optimize the trading experience in a very decentralized and permissionless way. This is one of the core focuses of the Monad protocol. And next up, we have a team working to bring more liquidity, reduce slippage, and optimize the trading experience on Monad. Please welcome Monorail.
This afternoon, let's do something a little bit different. Let's split the room in two. And on this side, we'll have the mighty order books. And you guys on this side, the versatile AMMs. And if this was a reality TV show, both sides would be winning and losing some of the challenges. We know that the order books do really well with liquid tokens, where they kind of struggle with the long tail, less popular tokens, where the AMMs shine again. The AMMs, though, they lack the pricing precision that the order books provide. But the order books tend to be less resilient to liquidity gaps without active market makers, where the AMMs provide us with a constant source of liquidity. What if instead we could eliminate each one's inefficiencies and give us the best of both? And that's exactly what we're building with Monorail. We're giving you your own instant, personalized order book tailored to you and every trade that you make. That gives you the efficiency of an order book with the scope of an AMM. And the benefits to you, you are able to trade absolutely any asset on chain. Whether it's on an order book or an AMM, you can do it all under one roof. You're getting our smart order routing that's able to take the liquidity from every available source, giving you the best price and the deepest liquidity for every trade you want to make. With that, we can do advanced order types like limit orders and partial fills, giving you an absolutely great user experience by hiding and abstracting away any kind of fragmentation or complexity that we've gone so used to over the last couple of years. And the result of all of this work, even without live on-chain order books available today, we're already seeing that we are able to provide the same or better pricing 81% of the time against 1-inch matcha and paraswap. We can only imagine the efficiency we'll gain once Monad's order books become live. And unlike traditional traditional aggregators that would need to bolt on order book support, Monorail was built from the ground up to bring AMMs and order books together seamlessly. And further, Monad is our home. This is not just another deployment or an afterthought to us, and being native to Monad means we work with every team we possibly can so that no liquidity gets left behind. And like many other platforms, we charge a small 0.1 to 0.2% fee on all the transactions we facilitate. But we know that we're not alone in this. Community integrations and partnerships are really important to the growth of the ecosystem. So we'll be rolling out an affiliate fee model that allows anyone, not just the big players, to earn some of those fees back by integrating with us. So what does the future look like? To us, the vision of aggregation goes beyond just liquidity and trading. So we'll be kicking off on day one with our personalized order books, aggregating at least 3 order books and 10 to 20 AMMs. From there, we'll move on to bridge aggregation that gives you an integrated experience where we can recommend the bridge and assets to bring in so that you get access to the widest selection of DeFi available on Monad. From there, we'll go into market aggregation, showing you insights and trends and allowing you to act quickly. We can only imagine what this looks like in 6 months' time. And to us, it's looking a lot like the homepage of Monad, where you go every day to get you to where you want to go next. And finally, who's building this? We're the team behind Astroport. We built the largest AMM on Terra and commanded over $2 billion in the previous cycle. We're battle-tested, we're hardened, we know exactly how to keep things going smoothly, especially at the most critical times, like, let's say, a new chain launching. More specifically, I'm Donovan, and over a decade ago, I spent time at a startup accelerator, and I've been hooked ever since. My co-founder, Andre, has also been building and selling companies over the last 10 years. And Dan, well, the man's in the trenches, and he's building the communities and partnerships that get us started. And together, we're Monorail, and we're giving you one path to endless destinations. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to hear more about the GTM side of the user acquisition side. So probably plan for collaborating with the local communities and Monat community and everything.
Yes, yes. A lot of it's focused on the community as well, but a lot of swapping widgets. So if you're a DAO and you have your own token, you can integrate our swap widget to swap quickly to your token and earn some of those fees back. We're also talking to guys like Dex Screener and Llama Swap and those kinds of guys to integrate into the back end. Had a meeting yesterday with market makers, which at some point would need to rebalance and kind of redeploy the liquidity to, instead of integrating with 10, 20 AMMs, they are able to just swap through us and go and deploy that liquidity again.
Can you go into a bit more detail about how the mechanism works under the hood? Is it mainly aggregating, or you're running your own order book as well?
It is mainly aggregating, but in the way that we reorganize that liquidity, it kind of starts looking a lot like an order book. And I'm not the guy that builds the algorithm, but so far it's looking really promising, and especially because it's completely dynamic. It doesn't require us to say, okay, let's prefer this liquid path that adds an extra hop to the trade and takes more fees and things. It tries to keep it simple, and by doing that, you know, we can just simplify the whole process and get more out at the end of the day. Yeah.
I'm curious, so do you guys do RFQ as well, or is it just aggregating of AMMs and order books specifically?
For the start, yes. It's mainly the aggregation side of things, and we'll probably look at expanding into that a bit later, but yeah, mainly just the aggregation for now.
Got it. And then I'm curious, like, what's the, because I know you kind of did some benchmarks against like 1inch and, you know, Matcha, etc. I used to work at 0x, so yeah, pretty familiar with the systems. I'm curious here, like, what's the added advantage of like order books? Like, what's kind of the moat? Like, how do you guys basically kind of, why are they not basically doing order books? Is it like a technical innovation? Oh, maybe these are too close. Sorry. Is there like a technical innovation? Like, what's the mode of like you guys like coming up with this idea of like aggregating both AMMs and order book? Like, was that? Yeah.
I think the main is this on? Yeah. I think the main thing is they don't have access to on-chain order books most of the time. Where with Monad, there's going to be at least 3 order books on-chain. So I think that's something that Monad's unlocking, and will even fragment a bit more. Yeah.
Give it up for Monorail. Man, my job is easy. I just sit off to the side. I give a lot of credit to anyone who's up here presenting, pitching today. Super, super exciting, though, to have a front row seat and watch the evolution of the Monad ecosystem, of which we all have a part to play. So for everyone who is live in the audience today, give yourselves a pat on the back, a round of applause, because you're coming out. You are a part of the foundation of the Monad ecosystem, and we can't do it without you. We can't do it without the teams pitching today. We can't do it without builders across the globe, and of course, we cannot do it without the community who's tuning in on the live stream. Put your hands together for the Monad ecosystem. One of the most exciting aspects of this pitch competition is it's not just DeFi, it's not just consumer. There's apps from every vertical, And that gives me a lot of excitement for the future of the Monad eco. DeFi is the backbone of any ecosystem, so without further ado, let's welcome Mozi.
Good afternoon from Bangkok, everyone. My name is Gang from Mozi team. I have one question for you. What is staking for you? For me, staking is boring. And this is why staking is so boring. First, lock up funds. Second, passive experience. And the last one is you miss a lot of opportunities. We ask ourselves, is it possible to keep your principal safe, maximize yield, and have fun at the same time? With over 2 years of staking experience, the answer is yes. And this is Mozi, an infrastructure for lossless crypto experience powered by yield-bearing asset. Protect principal, maximize yield. We designed Mozi with 3E concept. Enjoy from staking with interactive. Earn from growth yield. And expand from our partners. You can enjoy Mozi with 4 steps. Stake, take, enjoy, and profit. First, stake Monad. Second, take LST. Next, enjoy by utilize LST in our Mozi ecosystem. And the last one is profit from opportunity yields. Collect yield from Monad every epoch. Enjoy Mozi every 2 minutes. Here is our tech stack behind the Mozi. We create the LST vault. We also support of any kinds of LST. And the last one is we are open platform that allows developers to build platform on top of Mozi. We plan to connect Mozi with several use cases like financial, social, games, and payments. Here are some of the use cases for the games: Magic Wheel and the Rock, Paper, Scissors game. We also have the financial example like binary option and leverage yield trading. Here's our demo for how to use the Mozi. First, you deposit LST into our vault, and every epoch, you got the yield. You can use those yield to pay the games. As you can see, it's a Magic Wheel game. The yellow one is me. The more you put, the more chance you can win. It keeps spinning, it keeps spinning. Let's see who's gonna win. Yeah, that's me. I won. And you can win it too. We have the potential games like poker. We know crypto love poker. Our revenue model comes from 2 ways. First, 0.1% from withdrawal fee and commission fee. The market opportunity of LST is over 100 billion. And if we can aim only 1%, that's gonna be huge volume. Mozi go-to-market strategy is first, we build community aligned with the Monad culture. Second, we will partnership with LST. And the last one is we're gonna launch key product feature on the training platform like Telegram. In this year, we research and development that came with our first MVP. And the next year, we're gonna launch on testnet and mainnet. And we're gonna find the platform that want to build on Mozi. The Mozi vision unlocks sustainable growth and flexibility for user, developers, and Monad and blockchain ecosystem with Mozi. For user, can maximize yield while having fun. Developers can expand utilities. And the Monad blockchain can boost their TVL and have stronger network. Our core team is combined with technical and business strategic expertise in the blockchain. With Mozi, an infrastructure for protect your principal while maximize yield. It's time to utilize your yield together. Thank you.
Sorry if this is a stupid question, but is Mozi an LST, or is Mozi more like activities that you can do with various LSTs that are then?
Yes, yeah. We are the infrastructure that accept any kinds of LST on Monart, and we allow developers to build the platform on top of us. Yeah.
What would you think is the key success factor of your success?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I separate in two parts. First, yeah, we're gonna have the user that play allows like the games or the payments that use the platform on us. And the second, we are also focused on the developer side that we want to have the developer to be on top of us. It's a chicken and egg problem. That's why we have the Magic Wheel game, as you can see before. We want to make the user that we have the games that everyone can play first, and then for that, the developer will join us.
So I guess you're allowing folks to utilize the yield they earn on the LSTs to, you know, whether or not it's gamble or speculate or whatnot. It's kind of similar to the one on Blast. I think there's I can't recall what the platform was called.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The Mozi that we're gonna protect your principal, but you can use only the yields to play around the Mozi ecosystem. Like if you deposit your LST, the principal is still safe. You only play with the yield. Yeah, every time you got the yield, let's say every day, you can jump into the Mozi platform and play the games every day. You have no risk, just only yield.
Let's say that if you can draw the lottery every time for free every day, why don't you try it?
What's the difference between using the yield to play games and just using like Monad to play games? Like, why does it have to come from the yield?
We try to make it easier and more seamless. So you just deposit your token into our platform, and then you just play the game on our platform. You don't need to withdraw it from the platform that you deposit. Yeah.
And yeah, we want to build a new kind of experience that you just play only the yield, and the principal is still safe. You have no risk to play the games or any platform that built on top of us.
Give it up for Mozi.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. Thanks. Next up, we welcome a team bringing corporate lending on chain. Please welcome MuDigital.
Good. Monad. My name is Patrick Hezon, co-founder of MuDigital. We are bringing blue chip borrowers on-chain. We want to introduce the RWA trilemma. We've received feedback from on-chain treasurers and funds that for yield products, the most important considerations are liquidity, returns, and stability. Simultaneously meeting these three factors has yet to be achieved to date. Tokenized treasuries are liquid and stable, yet rates are declining, especially as we think that Fed rate cuts will continue. Commodities, similar story. Liquid and stable, but do not offer high returns. Credit lending protocols may offer higher returns, but historically have struggled with stability and underlying portfolios. They're also typically illiquid assets. Equities may offer returns and liquidity, but do not offer the stability of principal protection. The numbers tell the story. At $5 billion of collective TVL across all RWA products, it's a 20 times gap to other DeFi alternatives. We believe a new primitive is needed, one that solves the RWA trilemma and makes RWA products more competitive with other DeFi alternatives. We are building an RWA protocol that allows access to institutional-grade, high-yield corporate lending direct from your on-chain wallet. By swapping stablecoins into our MuBond tokens, users may access yields averaging 10 to 12% from corporate borrowers. A protocol, it's built for DeFi. Permissionless transfers, 24/7 mint redeem, and fully composable into the DeFi ecosystem. Our product eliminates access barriers to corporate lending. For on-chain capital today, there's a long list of complexities to access these sorts of credit products. KYC, high investment minimums, portfolio management, credit risk analysis, and the list goes on. Our product simplifies this process. On board with us, mint our tokens, earn interest, redeem at will. Simple, fast, and safe. Our portfolio, it's backed by a combination of high-grade public credit and proprietary private credit deals. On the conservative side, these are bonds backed by government, corporate, and bank debt. Typically, this inventory would offer a 1% to 5% premium over US Treasuries. On the more exotic side, private credit. These are typically deals that we will co-underwrite with investment banks or private debt funds and can offer yields in the range of 15 to 20%. No one today is focused on tokenizing APAC corporate lending. The size of the prize, it's a $20 trillion market backed by some of the fastest growing global economies and offering yields at a premium to more developed markets. Our secret sauce is in the origination of inventory that no other competitors can emulate. For any credit protocol, the moat is around asset selection and credit underwriting expertise. We built our careers in TradFi and are looking to use those networks to help us with the origination, operations, and distribution of our products. We want to offer new and differentiated inventory to the Monad ecosystem. Other players today are focused on tokenizing other types of asset classes. We look to play where no one else is and offer interesting and attractive yields to the market. Our GTM today, it's B2B focused. First, you have your foundations and DAOs. They tend to value capital preservation and liquidity. They're much more likely to like safe but lower yielding products. On the other end of the spectrum, you have your DeFi natives who can be liquid funds and eventually retail. They typically are looking for access to interesting and high-yielding products that they otherwise can't get. As of today, we have a TVL commitment book of 8 figures, and we're looking to scale that ahead of our launch. We're built for DeFi. Today, talking to protocols such as Pendle, Morpho, and Curve to build on top of our product. But here in the Monad ecosystem, very keen to meet more of the builders and find ways to partner together. We think we have the team to execute on the strategy. My co-founder and myself both ran desks at global investment banks where our KPIs were in the origination of deals. And our tech partners similarly grew up building financial products and financial infrastructure in regulated TradFi environments. Across the team, we've been building in Web3 over multiple cycles. Prior projects included a decentralized options exchange and a GameFi guild during the Axie Infinity boom. We see this project as a return to our roots, working with capital market projects or products and distributing them to the on-chain economy. We're currently going through our first raise of external capital. Use of proceeds go to product, GTM, and legal costs, and targeting a mainnet deployment in Q2 of next year. Thank you for your time. My contact is on screen. Please feel free to reach out to me for any investment or partnership opportunities.
The MuBond as the token, right? What does it represent? How is the governance of the portfolio itself?
Yep, sure.
How do you underlie the risk?
So there'll be 2 tokens. The MuBond itself, you can think of it as the economic representation of the NAV of the fund. So our model itself is a fund of funds. We will be working with a regulated provider in Singapore to manage those funds, which is different than the governance token, which will ultimately launch. The governance token is meant to incentivize certain types of behaviors from our users, our power users, maybe preferential access to different products. So we're working out sort of the tokenomics, but they're 2 different tokens.
And then I think you mentioned like a pipeline of clients that you're going to tokenize first. Could you give us a bit more idea about who are they, what is the size?
Yeah, sure. So the way we look at it, I think it's in 3 tranches. So on the public stuff, so that tends to come through like DCM desks within banks. These are more public. These are things that you still need access if you're going to the Philippines or Indonesia or even Thailand. They're not readily accessible. So accessing those through the banks would be how we'd be partnering with those. These are our ex-colleagues and folks that we sort of know through our networks. On the private side, so these are more of the interesting deals, and they're a mix of, I would say, your global private equity firms that are looking to originate more of these deals directly. We're also working with more regional players across Singapore, the Philippines, and other markets in Southeast Asia to find some of this more interesting inventory that can be higher yielding.
So so for example, on the public market corporate debt side, you guys are sort of relying on partners on the debt capital markets desks, around the region for the selection, and then private credit. Similarly, you guys are relying on your partners for their underwriting.
So I think we think of it in two phases. In the beginning, for us, see, the harder part is the demand side. So we need to roll up demand to actually get one to come to a client and say that we would like to originate this bond for you. Ultimately, the end game is iteration for us. So sort of the short term is sort of working with partners to sort of build our own portfolio. Once you have scale, what our origination or sort of corporates have told us is come to us with $50 of demand, and then we might look at digitally native issuances. So in the beginning, it's sort of the partner model, but as we scale, our North Star is more into the origination model, which we think is more attractive, both sort of from an economic perspective, but also just bringing new things to market.
How do you handle the liquidity mismatch between the liquid token and then investing in underlying non-liquid assets?
Sure. So I guess we look at it in two ways. The public side is highly liquid, so it's not exactly the same as treasuries. I mean, that's the most liquid market. But when you're talking about sovereign debt here in Southeast Asia, it's quite liquid. So these are freely traded. I think you can think of it as the biggest constraint would just be the settlement times on the banking rail. We would manage the working capital on our side to make sure that we can fulfill orders. The private side is, I think, which is a little bit harder to manage. And what we typically do is, for those products, we would work with our customers to make sure that they understand what those sort of periods are and sort of the lockups on that.
Sorry, and just one more question. What's the expected weighting across those different classes to get you that 10 to 12%? Just because I think in the TradFi side, right, when you're looking at 10 to 12, is that sort of enough juice for us to get excited? And I guess if you have more private credit in there, then that would juice your yields.
Yeah, so on a base model, the way that we've constructed it here, it's 70-80% on the public side, and then sort of a 20 to 30% on the private side. Thank you.
Give it up for MuDigital. All right, we have 3 more pitches before we take a short recess, so stay tuned. The next team is building a lifestyle app that changes how people eat, drink, and get rewards. 3 of my biggest hobbies. So please welcome Larry from Paper Plane.
Okay. 4 years ago, when I was running my data analysis company, one of my customers asked me, "Hey, Larry, I just rolled out a $20 million of advertisement campaign, and 98% of that spending cannot trace to actual sales in channels due to data silos. So can you do something about it?" I was like, sure. If only we can build up a payment and membership systems that reward merchant and consumer to upload their user data, their consumer data on-chain, and get rewards. And this model will also get supported by Web3 community, because we actually bring massive reduction to blockchain usage. Also, we introduce those tokens to real-world users, and also pumping their back, actually. So what PaperPlane actually do is we onboard young users. They got high lifetime value and are willing to connect with new technology. And you, as our client, Web3 project, imagine you are from like a centralized exchange. You try to roll out your payment solution and your token to the real world. That user to eat, drink, and party paying with your token. And you are willing to give out a percentage of every transaction as a reward. Next week, boom, we can launch your rewarding program and your token into Taiwan, Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, with the Michelin stars restaurant, world best 50 bars, and 5-star hotels. And imagine you are like a young engineer in Taiwan. you can find a good place to dining and drinking with your girls, and then you can pay with crypto at bars, also with credit card if you don't have any crypto yet. And then the tokens will show up in your wallet, and there's a magic about to happen. Next week, when the token is growing, you can see the purchase power is growing within your app. And that's something more engaging than what we are building and what recently in Web3 world right now. And the best part of this is not just a story or a fiction. It's something we actually built within a year. Right now, we are managed to onboard 100 premium venue, mainly in Taiwan, but also in APAC region. We grow 10K users, they got high lifetime value and low acquisition cost. We now collaborate with top 1 crypto exchange in Taiwan and also world-famous liqueur branded automobile company to roll out their rewarding programs to those users. And our go-to-market strategy is rather simple. More brands collaborate with us, we can throw out more campaign and more rewards. More rewards leads to more users brings out more merchants, and all those data contribute to the brands. And we are besting for this model. Me, myself, I got experience in AI chatbot, crypto payment stablecoin, and also marketing technology, which is 3 key elemental to grow this business. And then my partner, he's basically a living legend in F&B worlds. He grows up with those key men right now in the liqueur, in F&B, in hospitality companies, the decision makers. So he brings us in-depth marketing insight and how to iterate our product and solution to fit what market needs. So we are rolling out a pilot run in Bangkok with some of the world's best bars, so please contact us if you want to go bar hopping together. And the rest of our team, they're expert in consumer field. They know how to onboard Web2 users, also how to collaborate with Web2 big names and brands. And I will leave the best for the rest. It seems like it's a simple payment service, but actually what we are building is we help all those retail companies across the world to do on-ramp and off-ramp. We can bridge those liquidity into our system, and then once we connect with Monart ecosystem and other Web3 protocol, we can bridge those liquidity into yield farming, into centralized finance, and generate more revenue for the business. And then by those data on-chain, we actually gather lots of authorized data on-chain that can collaborate with decentralized data protocol and help to build up AI agents for the future. We are growing fast, but we need your help to grow faster. So if you like to eat, like to drink, and you're enjoying life, please come find me after this and connect with me. Let's get a drink. Okay, thank you so much. Any questions?
Curious about how your CAC is so low relative to the LTV of your current user set.
Pardon?
Oh, how do you maintain such a low CAC?
You mean the CAC? How we growing users? First of all, we use our physical venues like bars and bistro and restaurants. They will put out their payment and advertisement so we can convert user while they're paying. If there's 2 options in front of you, one is paying with cash with full price, and another one is like paying with crypto with our service with 10% of discount. You'll definitely choose the second one. So it's been a lot of growing is from the physical venue. And then we use online advertisement, of course, but since we gather all those user data, so we can access the target audience like more cheaper than any else ads did.
Where does that crypto discount come from? Like, who's paying for the rewards?
All right, there are 2 parts, 2 revenue streams for the reward. First of all, if you're a Web2 company, like liqueur company, you will want consumer in the bars and restaurants that consume your spirits or cocktail made of that spirit. So you're willing to give out a marketing fee and a percentage of discount if user actually drink at the bars and consume your product. That's the part. And the second part is some of our payment is going to through blockchain directly. So it will deduct the 2 to 3% of credit card payments naturally. And then there will be a percentage of reward for those Web3 companies that are willing to give out to reward user using their service. So to combine those, we can get around 8 to 12% cashback to users. Like any advice or bar recommendation. Asia Today is great. It's a bar famous with honey cocktail. So good. You should try that. Okay.
You had also mentioned something about like incentivizing uploading transaction information. What was that?
Actually, right now, user can pay in our app with fiat and also with crypto. Once you pay with crypto, all those data was automatically on-chain. That's no doubt. But once you pay with fiat, right now we try to collaborate with Monart as we will encrypt those data with ZK protocol, and then those data and the proof of the data will be uploaded onto the blockchain. So once brands try to access certain segmentation of users, we can showing them, okay, this is the kind of user you're trying to onboard, but without revealing any personal data from the users.
Got it. Okay, so for like market awareness, targeted advertisements.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and is like on the reward side, is like loyalty a part of?
Yeah, it's like an open loyalty for the merchants, restaurant, bars across the world.
So, just curious here, what's the buy-in look like for like these like bars and restaurants, and like how long does it take them to kind of like opt into your kind of payment system, just in general?
Basically, we make it so super easy for merchant to adopt. Like I just go to Asia Today like 3 days ago. We onboard them within 10 minutes because we use our chatbot as a like an endpoint for the merchant. They don't need to know anything about technology. We'll do the settlement. We do a payment notification. We build up QR code. People can just scan and they can see the result instantly. So it's super easy for them to adopt. And for their part, they don't have to worry about a settlement if they don't want to accept in crypto. Because we collaborate with centralized exchange, they will do all the service for them.
All right, give it up for MuDigital.
Okay,
and give it up for Paper Plane. Thank you so much. All right, we got 2 more to go. The next team is a cryptography technology provider that will be combining MPS, TLS, and ZKFHE technology in their compute and also verification network. So please welcome to the stage, Primus.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Sean from Primus, previously known as Palo Labs. So excited to be here to give you a presentation about Primus. So we are now making the world's data useful on-chain. So Primus lets you verify and compute any data in Web3. So we all know that blockchain systems want more developers to build more applications on them, but we do think there is a missing layer. So there is very limited data on chain. For now, we only have like transactions, address, balance, which are quite limited for the developers to build like data-driven or consumer apps. And 2, if we want to bring all these data from like Web 2 to Web 3, it always involves in very complicated cryptography algorithms, which I don't think the developers want to know all the details about that. All they want to know is easy to use, secure APIs, SDKs to integrate. So then they can focus on building their applications. So the vision of Primus is to build a cryptographic layer for secure data intelligence by connecting authenticated high-value data from Web 2 to Web 3 and AI applications across different platforms in a trustless and a secure way. So we provided 2 capabilities. 1, data verification. 2, data computation. So the core technology behind Primus is our MPC TLS or ZK-TLS and the ZK-FHE. So ZK-TLS enables to verify data flow from Web 2 to Web 3. I think there's quite a few projects working on that. And almost then using a library called TS Lottery from PS Eastern Foundation. And now TS Lottery want to shift to our algorithms. And I am one of the core contributors to help them to implement that. So even though our protocol is still like 10 times faster than that. And the ZK-FHE is to enable like verifiable computation on any encrypted data. So our breakthrough designs
is more than 300 times improving time than others like Zama's. So it's really amazing. And we focus on these key functional areas in these 4 aspects. So 1, data verification, on-chain confidentiality, enterprise-level solutions, and the confidential AI. So it's all about the life cycle of data to enable data-driven and consumer applications. So to build on Monart, we're gonna, like short term, we're gonna focus on these to provide data verification capabilities. Like we are now providing a very standard protocol for developers to build like digital goods marketplaces, on-off wrapping, verifiable data marketplaces, or even prediction markets, and many others. And we are very close to finish all the development, and we are going to make it open source to promote the protocols to the community, and we are quite willing to collaborate like with Monart to co-host hackathons to enable innovation applications. And in the long term, we're going to deploy standard protocols like FHE payments or even FHE VM for confidential AI. So we have a very strong team of 16 members. I, co-founder and CEO, have like 6 years in the industry. And Shao, who is our chief cryptographer, he designs everything in our core algorithms, and is also used by a lot of any other executive products. So Vicky is in charge of the marketing. And at last, we are very lucky to have the support from these extraordinary investors like Dispersion, Symbolic, VanEck, and many others. So yeah, if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to us. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
How do you get FHE that's efficient enough to use at this scale?
Yeah, so for now, we are now focusing on more like customized operations, like we are building data sharing operations. Data sharing protocols is quite like efficient because it only needs like linear operations. So we design these new algorithms, and it only takes like a few milliseconds to build. And in the future, yeah, we are doing like FHE VM for AIs. We are going to like to deploy like GPU stuffs to make it more like performant or scalable. Yeah.
For all the potential use cases on top of the ZK-TLS, how does it look like from the developer's perspective to be onboarded to your platform? What sort of tooling are you providing to them? Or for each specific use case, does the developer have to do a lot of things on their own side, or do you enable all of these use cases with a single SDK?
Oh, actually, we only provide these capabilities for all the developers in the community to build their own applications. So actually, that's why we are building standard protocols. So using our standard protocols, you can like to build on-off wrapping or prediction markets or any others. So we now focus on this layer for the developers.
And the scenarios mentioned above are like the kind of what we can support with our SDKs in the future. And the listed with the data verification is the short-term goals that we can already support, like on and off ramping, the data marketplace, and also, for example, the paper plane. We are going to support them with the the off-chain data and with the on-chain service, and we can actually support with on Mona system every protocol in the morning. They mentioned about healthcare data. It all needs our ZK-TLS SDKs to support, because only the verifiable and authenticated data worth to be into the system, the healthcare system, or to be traded or to be exchanged. And the long-term goal will be more based on the ZK-FHE. And to be honest, ZK-FHE or FHE is a very long-term goal to be viewed. And so we kind of step by step from the TLS bridging data first, and then compute it over those encrypted data.
What feature do you expect to be the most defensible? How do you retain a moat and defend the SDK? Because once it's open source, presumably people might try to just run their own instance of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like details. If you even you know all the algorithms, you have to spend a lot of time to optimize it. And the strength of our thing is that we have very strong capability to keep keep the innovation. And I think the thing matters is the speed of innovation. So we can keep to improve everything. And in the future, we're gonna like to bring all the communities kind of to use our algorithm or SDK APIs. So it's not about just the code; it's about the community.
And also, maybe I can mention an example. TLS Lottery is always like open source, and we're going to open source as soon, like very soon as well. And the problem is, TLS Lottery is like, first of all, much slower than our solution, and second, we can prove the large-scale memory data. For example, the ChatGPT data, the picture data, video data. That's something all of the other TLS solutions are not able to achieve for at least a period of time.
Thank you so much, Alice and Xiang. Give it up for the Primus team. All right, one more project before we break. The next team is building a DeepIn network that is powered by their own native wearables. So give it up for Pulse.
Great to meet everyone. Hi again. Whoop, it's gonna play in. There you go. Hey everyone, great to meet you all. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Nix. I'm one of the co-founders of Pulse, and I'm here today to show you the value of health data. Now, before we get started, quick hands up. Who here has been to the hospital before? Right, pretty much all of us, except for this guy here. He's really healthy. Whatever he's eating, we need to eat that. Now, guys, chances are, if you have been to the hospital before, one of these, if not several of these companies, have had access to your health data and have used it to generate billions of dollars in revenue, either through new products or services. And that's money that none of us have seen, despite us being the ones as the data generators. I think that's unfair. I'm sure a lot of you think that's unfair as well. And Pulse is here to change that. What we do is we aggregate health data across several different devices, including wearables, DNA, blood work, health records, etc., encrypt it on-chain, and allow the user to share that data with third parties in return for rewards. Some of you are probably wondering, how big is the health data market? Is it even worth my time to do any of this? Well, right now, it stands at $69 billion. It's set to almost 10x over the next decade to $540 billion. And that's health data, by the way, just to be very clear. A lot of this demand is fueled by AI applications, longevity research, personalized healthcare, and even consumer self-care. I'm sure some of us probably read that article about the scientists who cured their own breast cancer, because the existing solutions wouldn't allow it to happen. That's the power that health data is essentially unlocking. And what it means for us is that long-term, we can build a health data ecosystem, allowing data owners to share that data with either third parties for research, wallets, exchanges, health apps, or marketplaces. And I'm getting a few funny looks, I can tell. People are wondering, wait, what's a wallet or an exchange going to do with my health data? Well, I didn't know the answer either, but one of our devs built a funny little app. It's this over here, and what it was a Chrome extension that connected to Pump.fun. And what you could do is you could see your heart rate in real time while you're trading meme coins. And he was just saying that he's frustrated because basically all of his friends tell him, oh, take the emotion out of trading, bro. And he just decided, well, screw it. I'm just going to make the emotion a trading indicator and try and make some money out of it instead. Now, all of this is a vision, right? It can't be possible unless we don't have the relationship with users. So first thing that we're working on is our own consumer application. One, it acts as a gateway for users to contribute data to the network. Two, we can also obviously give users insights and information relating to their health data as well. Now, it's really important we maintain that customer relationship as that's our primary moat. We also have our own native wearable device. You saw it at the start. I'm wearing several here. You're going to probably see my health data is off the charts right now because I'm very stressed. We're marketing this as the wearable for productivity hackers. It's like a Whoop, but on steroids. I shouldn't have said steroids. Please cut that out from the video. Basically, what we could do is we could track sleep, heart rate, calories, and even energy levels. So the pulse can actually predict when you're going to get tired and give you recommendations to stop that from happening. Like, my goal is to help you unlock an extra hour of productivity every single day. We also have an inbuilt hardware wallet. So when you're setting up the Pulse for the first time, we have a secure enclave where you create your private keys. Only you have access to those private keys. And what they do is they act as certifiers and also encryption keys for the data that's being created. What it means in practice is basically not even we have access to your data unless you give us permission. And that's really important for us as like a privacy-first and crypto company, right? We don't have a roadmap to decentralization. We are just decentralized on day one. And I'm not really here to talk about GDM. Screw that. I just want to show some results. In 21 days, we did 150K in sales. We sold out waves 1, 2, and 3. Wave 3 sold out so fast, we actually had to launch wave 4 the same day. A little bit more about some of the engagement we had with the Monart community as well. We ran a fitness competition where over 1,000 of them took part. And I want to do a big shout out to the Monart community. They're some of the most active community members in all of crypto. So, big round of applause to them. Woo! If you want to ask more about the team, I can go into it. But yeah, thank you very much for your time, guys.
What's the cost of producing a unit, and I guess at what scale would it make sense from a cost to benefit perspective for an average user?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to give away the exact costs in a public setting right now, but we're reasonably profitable for the units per sale, and we've done obviously some benchmarking around minimum quantity sales of 3K, 5K, 10, all the way up to 100 and even millions. We have hardware partners that have helped us design and build this from scratch, and their production facilities will scale with ours. In terms of the value users generate from the data, what's really important is taking a single modal data set into a multimodal data set. So wearable data on its own is reasonably valuable, but once you start connecting it to DNA data, blood work, health records, that's where a lot of the value starts to get unlocked because there's a lot more third parties and entities that want to commercialize that data and use it.
Can you tell a bit more about the 150K users? Like what are their profile? How did you reach out to them?
Yeah, so the 150K sales that we've done, they're crypto native community, right? We've been engaging with the Monart ecosystem for the last couple of months. They're health conscious, they're young, they want to get healthier, they're data driven as well, building in crypto. We do recognize we can't scale to $1 billion business just focusing on crypto community alone. So we have already got various plans that we're executing around TikTok, Instagram, YouTube kind of creators, targeting more the fitness and productivity kind of segments of the markets.
You mentioned at the very beginning, like monetizing data and how insurance companies, for example, are taking advantage of that right now. Mm-hmm. But I don't feel like it was as addressed later on in your slides. So how does that come into play? Like, where does that aspect of monetizing your health data come in?
Yeah, so there are existing brokerages already, right? So Whoop, Withings, Aura Ring, etc. They all have partnerships with data brokers where they essentially sell their anonymized data to these third parties in return for revenue. So this is happening right now. So despite us paying for Aura Ring or Whoop, etc., we're not generating any revenue from the data sales despite it being our data. So I've seen this play before. My background's in data brokerage, so I've kind of done several million of sales in data brokerage as well. To get to that stage though, you need volume, right? You can't do it on 5K kind of data set. You need tens of millions. So it's really important for us to be able to scale to achieve that.
And then as if I was a Pulse wearable owner and user, how would I see that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and my bad for not showing that in the pitch. So that's why the consumer application is really important, right? So third parties make bids to acquire data from Pulse users on-chain, right? So it's almost like a data order book, right? And users get a notification inside the Pulse app whether they want to accept or deny that. Now, if not enough users accept, then that means a third party has to make a better offer to the network.
And the good thing about sharing the data like that is the companies do not get access to the data, so they will not get access to the personal identifiable information. So they will only get the answer to the question they are looking for, they are asking. For example, insurance company can ask how many users in Bangkok above the age of 25 and less than the age of 29 run 1 kilometer daily. So they can ask this question, we can formulate a model, and that would be an MPC model, and we can run that on the encrypted data, and the output of this data will be decrypted by the user's permission. So only the number, let's say 1,000 users, so that will be shared with the company. None of the extra data. Yeah.
This is my quant, everyone. He's a genius. He won the maths competition in India.
Give it up for Paul.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Be sure to give these projects your full attention, starting with Eric from Pi.
Woo! All right. Can we do this? All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric. I'm here to tell you about Pi Finance, which is liquid stake bonds and yield exchange. So the staking market cap in this slide is wrong. It is actually much larger. The staking market cap is 750 billion today. The average APY for a proof of stake network is 6.7%, meaning that this number is also wrong. The TAM is larger. It's roughly $49 billion of staking rewards will be unlocked between now and the next year. It's a big TAM. That's a lot of yield that is currently locked and will be unlocked. That doesn't include LSTs, LRTs, AVSs, DeFi, or other forms of yield, which don't exist or are not accounted for because I couldn't get the data. So there's a lot of yield. How do we access this yield today? We are building a brand new DeFi primitive called liquid staked bonds, or LSBs. How it works, you show up to our platform, you deposit 100 Monad via a time lock, so you choose 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, 12-month maturities. You also choose if you want to deposit into an LST or into a validator of your choice, so Figment, Chorus One, Kild, Galaxy, whoever's running Monad nodes. You can then allow you to mint 2 sets of tokens. One is called P Monad, so it's like a Monad stablecoin, so always pegged 1-to-1 Monad in 1 month, 1 year, whatever. And then Y Monad, which is always the yield which will be generated during the term. All of these are tradable entirely on chain, can be collateralized in DeFi, and where there's added composability. So I mentioned trading. We spent way too much time talking to bond traders and understanding their mentality and how they want to work, because there is a growing amount of these coming into the space. So this trades like an escrow marketplace. Escrow marketplace, for those who don't know, is like NFTs. They're entirely peer-to-peer, although ours are in tokens instead of as in NFTs. When we launch on Monad, it will be ERC 1155. So that's how these will trade. We've also known that some bond traders and some traders will want to trade the LSTs or just the actual lock tokens that are stuck with the validators, so we've optimized the UX for this as well. And then take into account the 2 things that traders care more about, which is maturity dates of the yield and the discount to spot. So if you don't know anything about bonds, traditionally if you are buying an asset, you're buying spot. So let's say the price of Monad is 150 bucks. If you're buying the yield, you're generally buying something cheaper than spot. Why yield? Because if you think about the future staking yield, if you want to sell your future staking yield, you're generally selling that at a discount, so someone could buy it today. So you are taking a discount and a hit on the future price for money today, and so it's a great way for people who want to buy assets cheaper than spot prices to be able to buy the future yield. So it's like improving your cost basis if you're on the buy side and getting cash today if you're on the sell side. How do we make money? We make 25 basis points off of the total deposit, so of all of the staked assets and the yield which is generated, and we take 15 basis points for each trade. What's our go-to-market? Our go-to-market is we're currently in the process of partnering with roughly 10, and we'll do more, LSTs or operators who all like this because it keeps assets locked in their protocols or assets locked in their validators generating yield, so they like this. We're partnering with them so they can help us get more TVL, and then we're going to launch a very generous points program which will maybe be later redeemed for tokens, obviously. You know the game. We're going to do that. We're going to keep onboarding more of these operators over time so they can bring their own TVL. And then we're going to begin marketing, buy assets cheaper than on centralized exchanges. We're starting with Solana. Monad will come after. Then the whole goal is to get this to market before the FTX unlock happens in March, and to start making some noise before that, because then there'll be a lot more liquidity, which will be flooding into the market looking for things like this. So I mentioned market. The closest market alternative that exists is Pendle. Love Pendle. They're fantastic. I don't think it's a competitor. I think it's a completely different product. We are focused at the validator level or the staking layer, while as Pendle is focused on DeFi, LRTs, and points. Pendle is mainly for sophisticated degens. Nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of you in the room. And then we're more focused on institutional, retail, stakers, and OTC. Team, I was one of the founding team members of Covalent, proof of stake network on Ethereum. Alberto, my co-founder, is the CTO, was the founding CTO of BadgerDAO, which at one point was the first ever Bitcoin DeFi protocol and had 2 billion of TVL in it. Taylor and Tommy started Psi Options, which was the first options protocol on Solana. Projections, we have them. Traction. We raised over 800K in a pre-seed from Anagram, Varus Ventures, Kiln, Chorus One, and a bunch of tier 1 angels. They're fantastic. We have over 25 million of TVL. We won at the Solana Hackathon DeFi, and here's some other things we're doing. Like, we're getting more TVL commits. Oof. Great. All right. This, and then ShipMonet. Thank you. Questions?
Why choose to represent the PT and YT, or sorry, the PT or the YTs in using NFTs instead of an AMM?
So when we were talking to bond traders and a lot of people, if you want to talk institutional, AMMs have too much counterparty risk. There's blended assets, so you can't mitigate against people pooling assets together. And because we're building more at the validator, we realized that some validators would want to spin up their own private nodes so their clients can facilitate their own OTC by setting up their own personal nodes so there's no counterparty risk on both sides. So by doing this peer-to-peer, we could do that. That's why they're not ERC 721s, they would be ERC 1155s, which are semi-fungible. So you could buy fractions of or the whole. So it's not like a one-to-one like a traditional NFT marketplace. That's it. Anybody else? Good. All right. Thank you, guys.
Give it up for Pi. Quick PSA for anyone who's a builder in the audience. Not only is the Monad community tuned in from across the globe on the live stream, on YouTube, on Discord, but many community members from Southeast Asia and beyond are here today in person. They are the true VIPs in the Monad ecosystem. So if you are here in person today, be sure to meet as many Monad community members as possible. They are amazingly talented, amazingly supportive. They are the backbone in many ways of the Monad ecosystem. Give it up for the Monad community.
One more, wait.
Next up, we welcome an amazing team working on sports betting meets Tinder. Please welcome RareBetSports.
Go ahead, brother. Hello. Hey, thank you so much for having us, and thank you for being here. My name is Zach.
And I'm Brian.
And we are the co-founders of RareBetSports. So to begin, here we go. To begin, I think it's important to let you in on how we got here. And it happened when we saw this statistic. 4.8 billion people gamble every year, while only 500 million invest in traditional stocks. For a bit of a graphical representation, here's what that looks like using our friend John W. as populations. Quite staggering, and at this scale, it's actually a bit frightening. But it led us to our next question, which is why do we as an industry search out the next Robin Hood of crypto when far more people are gambling than investing in traditional stocks every year? So with that, we started building, and we needed to build a team that got it. We all have a proven track record in Web3, and we come from vast Web2 giants like Nike and Twitch. But we needed to build a team that got not only crypto, but got culture, sports, media, and memes for that matter as well. One person I always like to point out is our advisor, Danny, former VP of marketing at Nike. Not only because he's an absolute legend, but because he was also a part of the starting team at Monkey Knife Fight, a daily fantasy sports platform, first of its kind, really, that was founded by billionaire Bill Asher. Now, Bill would always tell Danny, always invest in vices because there's always demand. And interestingly enough, with crypto, it's a lot easier to do now. So that's Iggy Azalea, and that's her butt, and you can actually invest in it, or at least the idea of it. And I bring up Mother and other meme coins because it represents the rise of risk seen in crypto and the acceptance of crypto seen across popular culture. From 1000x leverage to sports betting to, again, meme coins, gambling is more prevalent in Web 2 and Web 3 than ever before. Even in a place like Thailand, where we are currently, there's legislation being passed to allow the acceptance and legalization of casinos.
And that brings us to the carve-out. In 2006, the federal government in the United States created the UIGEA carve-out by outlining what constitutes games of skill versus games of chance. We're now able to follow a framework that's been proven outside of just Web3. This is an important distinction, and it's the reason why I can play daily fantasy games, such as Prize Picks, in my native state of California, but I'm not eligible to sign up for any sportsbooks like DraftKings and so forth. With all of these factors in mind, our inaugural product, RareLink, began to take shape. RareLink falls exactly in line with the carve-out. It innovates on the proven DFS framework to provide a betting platform like no one has seen before. With seamless user onboarding and a swipe-to-pick UX, participants are able to select the over-under on 2 to 7 player props and win up to 100x their entry. Win or lose, players rack up their tickets for the daily RareLink prize and compete on the leaderboard for season-ending jackpots. While we're now ready for testnet, the road we took to get here was not without its obstacles. As we got deeper into our build, it became really apparent that there wasn't any data providers that were bringing verifiable player prop data on-chain from the Web 2 world to the world of Web 3. This hurdle led to the development of the RBS Oracle. The RBS Oracle is the quarterback of our RBS ecosystem and powers all of our products, current and future. To make this happen, we partner with SportsData.io, the same provider used by nearly all Tier 1 sportsbooks. And now that our Oracle has been built, we plan to roll out these data streams via API to any Monad or EVM projects looking for on-chain sports data.
There we go. Now, as we know, fun on the blockchain is just better. And it plays into the very DNA of the RareLink product itself. Via infrastructure and community partnerships, we're able to lower our cost of customer acquisition while also providing utility across crypto. The RareLink was actually built for both Web 2 and Web 3 consumers, covers the TAM of both demographics. Now, when it came to both of those demographics, we know we had to create a user experience that appealed to both while also offering seamless onboarding. With what you can see here, you can see that we've abstracted not only away from sports betting with our slide-to-pick style user experience, we've also abstracted away from the blockchain with email and social logins, creating what we believe is a very friendly consumer-first step into the world of Monad, blockchain, and the sports communities of the future. Thank you.
We'd love to bring on any questions from the panel.
First question, what does the blockchain component add for a sports betting app, just given the number of incumbents in the space?
Yeah, I mean, so what we've done is we've essentially built a product that isn't even really seen in Web3 currently. You have your sports books, which are everywhere. And generally what they are is a white-labeled UI with a very similar backend being done completely off-chain. What we've done is we've taken the daily fantasy sports model, brought it into Web3, and have allowed all these communities we're working with to now get boosted payouts for their treasury, but also boosted payouts for the bets they place. So not only that, but we've also found very interesting is that our infrastructure partners are also competing for users. And we've actually used that to our advantage in creating a sort of a preferred wallet, you might say, where somebody using that wallet will get extra incentives or payouts, kind of creating an economy for our infrastructure partners to bid on.
Got it. Thanks. Second question. Some of the largest sports betting companies in the US are currently in this quite severe user acquisition battle, with their user acquisition costs starting to eat into the amount of revenue that they're generating, forcing these applications to push into things like parlays. Curious on your strategy with this dynamic.
So daily fantasy sports in itself is a parlay style betting game. So essentially what you're doing is you're selecting the over-under on player statistics. The more players you have in your rare link, the higher your potential payout. So essentially what we've done is we've sort of taken away all the complications of odds and all of that, and allowed somebody that might not be super familiar with betting to come on, find their favorite players, over, under, and start playing. Did that answer your question? Yeah, cool.
For the RBS Oracle, is that intended to be monetized, or is that like a...
Absolutely. Yeah, so we intend to, like Brian mentioned, open up our API for other projects to use, which will eventually, of course, play into our token rollout and utility of our token as well.
So we act as the intermediary between the purchaser of the data and Sports Data IO, who doesn't tend to interact with as many Web3 clientele.
Or any, for that matter. Brian mentioned it. We couldn't get any of our data that we needed on-chain, so we went and built what we needed to make it happen.
So are the primary target users Web3 specifically? Like, because I can see that you can service both Web2 and Web3. I'm curious, like, how are you guys thinking of GTM?
So for our go-to-market, we're highly focused on Web3. We've partnered with 10+ NFT and token communities to do, one, a revenue share with their treasury, but also boosted payouts for their holders. So that's sort of the GTM when it comes to the Web3 aspect. For Web2, we're going to be offering better payouts than a traditional DFS platform would have on Web2, but of course you get all of the DeFi architecture that allows you for passive income, all that cool stuff that the blockchain provides.
Ladies and gentlemen, RareBetSports. So I'm obviously American, and when I hear football, I think of the NFL, I think of Sundays, I think of hot dogs, pizza, beer, and chicken wings. But when most of the world thinks of football, they think of the sport that you actually play with your foot, right? Well, on that note, we have a team delivering elite-level analytics across the football industry, which is currently very fragmented. Please welcome to the stage the team from Score.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing good. Well, I want you to picture this. On a Saturday morning, a coach makes a tactical shift that wins the game. In a boardroom, an executive discovers untapped revenue streams. At a facility training, a physio prevents a career-ending injury. And yes, in a remote village, young talent gets discovered. What do these things have in common? They're all powered by data, but right now, most football can't access it. I'm Max, CEO and co-founder of Score Technologies, and we're building Moneyball for the world of sports, starting with football. Now, let me tell you something that might surprise you. In business like in football, making winning decisions based on data changes everything. But there's a shocking reality. 98% of football clubs worldwide can't do anything with this gold mine they're sitting on. Do you know what that means? That's $30 billion at least in value going into thin air every year. So how we make this possible? How we make this, Moneyball thing a reality? Well, what we do is basically we let our AI models watch the game, extract all the data, and then let traditional stats fill in the gaps. But you know the 30 billion I was talking about? That's just not even what keeps me up at night. What keeps me up at night is literally the dreams being missed, the games that could have been won, but also the talents that could, just being discovered. This is the game changer for us. We run the first decentralized network of football intelligence. And we have over 200 AI models competing against each other, providing the best insights, getting smarter every day. And the cool thing about our protocol is that with us, fans aren't just watching games anymore. They're creating new data using apps we power, basically to teach machines more about the beautiful game. So imagine this with me. Finding the next Ronaldo or the next Haaland before they turn pro. A coach working with an AI model predicting tactical shifts, preventing injuries before they happen. Even media companies creating automated content in seconds. You can even think about game designers creating more realistic simulations, and the possibilities go on and on. Our approach is pretty simple, pretty forward, but really powerful. What our tech, basically, is providing insights for everyone for the first time at a fraction of the traditional costs. So it's then affordable for the entire world of football first, then sports. And just remember, one single football match creates 1 million data points. So that's the reason we need speed of execution and scale. Let me just share with you our game plan. First, what we're going to do is we're going to open source our models. Think like GitHub, but for football intelligence. Next, we're going to start ingesting 200,000 games a week. And that would give us access to more football than Netflix has movies. What we're going to do next is we're basically going to onboard the biggest names in the sports world, starting again with football, and onboard them as customers. And the next phase for us is basically going to be us opening the floodgates, creating APIs that let anyone build the future of football. We're a team of Web3 OGs, football insiders. That's not our first businesses. I worked at the intersection of AI and Web3 before, and my team also has delivered many, many times. But you don't have to take my word for it. If you just check what Brian McDermott is saying, he's a former Premier League manager, and he's literally saying that Score is essential at bridging insights with instinct. We also have cool partnerships with people like Harry Kane, and we're powering one of his latest app called Cleats Club. It's a super fun app. And by the way, I think just Harry has something to tell you guys.
Hi guys, sorry I can't be there with you today. I'm obviously here with England preparing for the matches. But I just wanted to take a moment to say, I'm really proud of what we've built so far with Cleats, obviously working alongside Max and Nigel, Tim, and obviously my guys as well. It's been a great experience. I hope you enjoy what we've created, and obviously, I can't wait for you guys to check it out, and I hope you enjoy.
So we're seeing good early traction. We're generating 150K monthly from our subnet. That's how we are compressing time and intelligence to get the AI models ready. And we're distributing rewards, and basically we're just moving football on chain. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for presenting. So what sort of data are you collecting specifically, and what is the most valuable data that this cloud would be?
So that's funny because there's a backstory to it. So in the beginning, what we tried to solve was something completely different. We were trying to really be really good at predicting things, like with traditional prediction models, and we just realized that if you want to be good at predicting, you actually need to watch the games because you can do Monte Carlo's thing. At some point, there's a limit. So we realized that we needed to watch the games, and then people started to ask our questions. So how do you predict games? Well, we let computer watch the games, and then they would would you be able to tell us if you see a difference, for instance, when a player starts to run faster and faster across different games? Does it increase the risk of getting injured and stuff like that? So the type of data we're collecting, to be honest with you, pretty much everything, but that's the reason I'm saying AI models, not just model, because you want to have ball detection, players detection, foul detection, all sorts of detections. So we're pretty holistic in our data gathering. So that's the reason we position ourselves like the ultimate data source for sports, football first. And the reason I'm saying this is because even people that are trying to move state-of-the-art in computer vision in sports at the moment don't really have access to the content that we can get.
Can you talk about the decision of putting this on chain versus a centralized service?
Yeah, definitely. So basically, what you think about is if I wanted to do something like Opta, centralized, I would I've asked my co-founder Nigel to go and talk to all the big clubs, and then that would be pretty much it. You know, it's easy. There's probably 10 of them that have the budget to do this. But what we're trying to address is like 98% of the market. So if you want to orchestrate, you know, the effort to collect data, annotate data, making fans engaging on apps we can help, you know, build stuff, you need to have something that is capable of just onboarding people, incentivize them, and stuff like that. So that's the reason we're doing this. And also, as you saw, we're already on chain because our intelligence is already based on collective intelligence. So we need to create bridges between the two and stuff like that. So for us, that means a lot to be here and to start building on Monad.
Can you go into your go-to-market a little bit more in detail?
Sure. So we say in go-to-market in a very simple way. We start by delivering things to customers. So Harry is the first one. We're also working with another app. They have 100 million users. And what they wanted us to do was to create like a prediction market for football. We created it. We're about to connect it to them. So, I mean, maybe that's going to sound pretty stupid to you, but delivering to first customers is the main go-to-market for us. And then from a community perspective, we're going to focus on builders, on Monad builders, and also on people that are already working in football to kind of help them understand what they could do with the data. So for instance, the 100 million app users, prediction market, yada, yada, yada. Thank you.
Give it up for Score. We're obviously here for the pitch competition, and a great pitch competition at that it is. But we also have had some great breaks, some great refreshments throughout the day, which always leads to great conversation. As I mentioned, always encourage everyone to chat with the Monad community. They are the lifeblood, the backbone of this ecosystem. But what if you could get rewarded through an on-chain app for having conversations? That's exactly what this next team is building. Please welcome Senspace.
Alrighty. Press. Oh. There we go. Hi, everybody. My name's Ren. I'm one of the founders of Senspace, a judgment-free social platform for unlocking genuine human connection. In the world that we live in today, we are hyper-aware of the social metrics of the people around us, with somebody's follower count being a reason for why we might want to be their friend or why we might value their opinion. But somebody's follower count is something that can be easily gamed and isn't necessarily a reflection of how they can contribute to a community or a conversation, and also have significant negative impact on people's social self-esteem. Also in the world that we live in, many of us curate highly intentional personal brands. And whether you're a content creator, an entrepreneur, or just somebody shitposting on the internet, breaking away from that personal brand can have significant personal and professional consequences. And that's why we're building a platform for real chats without the baggage, breaking away from that quantitative context and unlocking genuine human connection. So just to show you a little bit about how the app works, first you log in with an AA wallet to abstract yourself from your existing on-chain activity. Then you create your cute pseudonymous avatar. Go ahead and match with somebody based on an interest or a topic, and then have a 5-minute conversation with them. After 5 minutes, the conversation disappears, and you're not able to see that conversation again. And so within the confines of the chat, you can be whoever you want. And after the conversation, you're rewarded with Send tokens, which are an in-app token, which you can use to purchase auras. Auras are an on-chain attestation of good vibes that you can give to somebody for having a positive conversation. A little bit about our go-to-market strategy. Just about a week ago, we launched the alpha version of our application as a PWA. And over the next couple months, are testing with different on-chain communities and events based on the shared context that those communities have to learn more about the use cases around this application, with the plan to launch a native app in the App Store early next year. A little bit about our commercial model as well, though we're focused 100% on value accrual in the near term in the application. We do believe that there's some very exciting long-term on-chain commercializations opportunities, specifically first around the social graph, the unique social graph, which is based on good vibes that we're creating within this application, as well as greater utility that we can create with the Send token. A little bit about our team. We're based in Tokyo. We were the first ever Seed Club participant from Asia. We've been spending the last 2 years building on-chain games and apps, specifically over the last 8 months focused on Farcaster as well. And so based on all of our experience building within on-chain social over these last few months, believe that we now know we have the know-how to build our own breakout on-chain social platform. And so also as well, the app is live for today for some testing. And so if you scan this app, it's a PWA for the alpha version, so add it to your home screen. One of the questions in there is, who is winning Monat Madness? And so if you're a founder looking for honest product feedback, or if you're a judge wanting to find out what the audience thinks about the presentations today, you can go into the app and have that 5-minute conversation without worrying about who you are or what your role is today in the room here. And so I'll give you guys a quick second to grab this. Alrighty. I'll go back if anyone's here getting it there. So, alrighty. And so it's a little bit faster, but thank you so much, guys. That was Senspace. We hope you join us in our journey in unlocking greater human connection in the world that we live in today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. What do you think is the most why Monat answer for your application?
Sure. So, I think the biggest part of what we're thinking about is that this is very much a consumer application, and also us being in Japan. We do believe that Japan and Asia are core markets for us. Not to, maybe this is something I should say in the Senspace app, but as you guys might be aware, Base no longer has an exchange in Japan as of early 2023. And so in terms of chains that have reach in Asia and globally that are also consumer focused, Monad feels like an interesting opportunity for us to explore.
Yeah, this is really cool. I'm curious, like, if someone has bad vibes, basically, and the conversation doesn't go well, like, I'm curious, like just thoughts around content moderation and also, like, moderating specifically people who have bad vibes and whatnot.
Sure. So right now we have a 3 strikes policy and a report button, and also a rating system as well. That rating system doesn't impact your rewards, actually, just because we want to make the app slightly less farmable. But that's what we have in place today. One of the reasons why we're starting with communities, on-chain communities, as well, is to filter for that a bit, and that if you just put everybody in at once, we know a lot of chat applications have gotten pretty crazy. One of our inspirations was Omegle, which is no longer in the market today. And so, very, very cognizant of that, but know that's something that nobody has an answer fully for today, and something that we feel like we can, with that on-chain attestation of good vibes, can monitor for as well.
Is the use case here to like connect with others who might feel, or on topics that are, I guess, like more spicy or something?
I think there's 2 core use cases. There's the spicy off-brand and safe space as well, where there are topics that you might not feel like you have somebody clear to talk with about. But then also there's the spicy side as well as sort of the more, I think our app kind of looks like a real-time Reddit to some extent as well. And so with our auras being kind of your like Reddit trophies. And so, I think that there's that element. And so, I think they're both use cases there. But we're very cognizant of the fact that having them coexist does have some risks. And so that's where topics and some of the attestation as well can help filter for that.
And then longer term, how do you maintain an element of like pseudonymousness? Because if there is like a username or something along those lines, couldn't over time someone figure out like, that's the person who, XYZ?
Sure, that is possible. I think the fact that you are, you do have your identity within this application that's abstracted from that. You can also change your username today if that's what you're so inclined to do. But you will repeatedly maybe see each other like week over week. And so, we don't have a friend feature purposely for some of that, but it's something that we'll test and learn about as we start to build out this app. Thank you.
Give it up for Senspace. By show of hands, any real estate investors in the crowd? Anyone investing in land? Couple? What about the airspace? One. I don't believe you. I see it's G-Van from the Monad community. But our next team is a marketplace that lets you monetize airspace. Please welcome to the stage SkyTrade.
Hello guys. So we are SkyTrade and we are here to secure and monetize your airspace. So yeah, shout out to our founders, Jonathan, who is the CEO, and also Marcin, who is the CTO. So he has also built various other marketplaces and also others, and led to many other supervised crypto projects. So the problem we are trying to solve is in US, UK, and various other jurisdictions, the landowners are the rightful owners of the airspace up to 500 feet. And this untapped asset can be a source of their passive income through controlled and lawful use of the air rights. So how does the solution work? So the landowner can come to us, our platform, they can register their airspace, and they give us the KYC and we monetize them. So then the real estate owners can come to our platform, they can see their buildings, they can also see the neighborhood air rights, and they can buy the air rights so that they can increase the floors of their buildings. Also, they can also preserve their balcony views so that others can't build in front of them. So there are also other use cases like the drone industry. So the drone owners are facing an issue that they can't fly their drones up to 400 feet. So they always have to fly under 400 feet, and they are always overlapping into someone else's private airspace, right? So, which is obviously illegal. So they can come to us, they can rent the airspaces which are tokenized by us, and which are tokenized by us, and with the help of that, they can fly over the airspaces of the land, and they can provide some rents to the airspace, to the landowner, sorry. So we are already live on Solana, and our tokens are minted to it. But we also want to scale, and we also want to migrate to other EVM-compatible blockchains like Monart, which are scalable and which are pretty fast. So how do we do it? We introduce tokens. So the tokens will be mapped to the underlying digital assets. Then we will bridge the tokens to all the other blockchains, and we can trade the air rights in that blockchains. And it also preserves the integrity of the underlying digital assets. So why now? Because with the help of Web3, we can digitize all the air rights very quickly, and it's very cheap. And also, SkyTrade provides a very unique and low-cost solution to it. So as we can see, the market size of the US regarding the air rights is pretty huge, and there are not many businesses to tap into it. So we don't have any direct competitions, although there are some other companies who are building some segments of us. And our business model is pretty straightforward. We charge commission on the air rights, rental leases, and also the sales. We have priced APIs for which the landowners can use those APIs and monitor their airspaces, and also we earn some revenues to tokenomics. So here are the products which are live, and I request you guys to check them out. So as for the partnerships, we have partnerships with various local governments, like the Utah Department of Transport. So basically, they want to monetize the highways of airspace of the highways, and we want to help them out. Also, there are real estate companies who have submitted their properties to us. We have tokenized them, and we can use it to monetize. We have also partnered with Safe Helipads, who provide crucial infrastructure for the drones. Also, Parcel Labs, who provide various real estate data regarding our pricing in US. So we did some pre-seed fundraise, and we can see there are various VCs and other angel investors who are part of us and wants to build with us. So here are the targeted milestones. 50,000 real estate air rights in the marketplace. We also want to scale to other EVM-compatible blockchains like Monad. We also want 1,000 paid transactions. We want to tokenize the highway of Utah, and also we are planning many token generation events. Thank you. That's us. So, any questions?
Are you gonna mainly go out in the U.S. market? Because I think I'm from Turkey, and like every city, even every neighborhood, they have different regulations in terms of how the air rights are managed.
Yeah.
Like, are you gonna expand into other markets? And even in the U.S., like, how do you guys sort of like manage to get into different states and cities, all that?
So, our first target is US. Then we will like go out with other countries like UK. Like this thing, like this regulation is already there, okay, in the constitutions, but many people don't know about it. So in the US, we just go state to state. We just say that we want to do this thing, and they are very compliant, all the local government entities. So yeah.
You mentioned some of the use cases, or like, why would someone buy the air rights? Could you give us a bit more examples of that? Like, why is that something?
Yeah, from a real estate point of view, see, if you own a hotel, okay, you want to preserve your balcony view, so right, so that you can give your guests the view you want. But if someone else like comes and buys the land, and they also build a similar hotel in front of you, right? You wouldn't want that. So you can buy the air rights of the land in front of you from the landowner, so that others can't buy others can build a same building from you.
Why can't that owner of the hotel just walk across the street and knock on the door, or contact the owner of that property?
So for that, you have to know, like you said, you have to walk on the street, you have to contact the property owner, you have to go to the notary and stuff. But from us, you just see which airspace you want. You just click on that, you can buy it.
But you would need those people to register that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we will do the servicing thing. Like, we will go and do the hard work.
So is each, like, I'm just thinking about New York, would each air right address be its own, like, token?
Yeah, so suppose you have a building, the air right will be a CNFT, you can say, in Solana. That's what we have. Okay. And in other blockchains, it can be a NFT and something like that, yeah.
Okay. And then maybe just thinking through the use case that Ren brought up, like, let's say that I am a commercial property owner, and there's that, across the street, I want to preserve it for whatever reason. If I see that the market is available on SkyTrade, if it's fractionalized ownership, like, how does that work? Like, I would have to then somehow, like, all of the owners would have to vote yes on selling, or like, what would the process be there?
So you want to buy airspace across the building. Is that what you say? Yeah. So you come to us, you say that I want to buy this, and we will do all the hard work. If there are multiple owners, we will go to them, we will reach out to them, we will see like what's their pricing us, and we will do the negotiations. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you
so
much.
Bye, guys.
Let's give it up to SkyTrade. All right, we have 3 more exciting pitches to go. But before we start, I'm going to get everyone on your feet. All right, everyone stand up. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you do anything scary. Okay. All right, everyone lean this way. I'm going to do a quick stretch. I like get confused my left and right, so yeah. And then the other way. Okay, wow, this is great. I feel very powerful right now. I don't know, fist bump the person next to you. All right, okay, and then take a seat. Thank you. Okay, next we have a very exciting team who's building an adrenaline-packed sports broiler game. Please give it up for Chandler from Sparkball.
I thought for sure Tina was getting everybody on their feet for us, but that's all right. Hi, everyone. I am Chandler. I am the founder and CEO of Opti Games, who are the creators of Sparkball. And growing up, I always had this dream to make video games. And 9 years ago, I actually pulled the trigger on that dream. And I say 9 years ago because that's kind of crazy. And it's because it turns out it's way harder to make a video game than you would ever imagine. But it's been an absolutely magical journey. And we're super close to finally bringing Sparkball to the world. But before we talk about the game itself, I want to talk about Opti. Opti is based around the idea of player well-being as a metric. That's the idea that players should be happier after playing our games. Kind of like when a golden retriever walks into a room. And beyond this idea of eternal happiness and golden retriever games, we also want to bleed passion. We have a saying that Sparkball is love and Sparkball is life. And we want this conviction and this passion to bleed through to all of our players. All right, let's play Sparkball. Sparkball is a high-speed, action-packed sports brawler where players assume the role of a hero in an effort to ball and brawl their way to victory. And playing Sparkball is a lot like a physical sport. Your hands are going to be shaking, you're going to be sweating, and you're going to be exhausted by the time the match ends. But there's only going to be one thought on your mind. One more game? We often describe Sparkball as League of Legends meets Rocket League, or FIFA, but you kill each other. It's a pretty simple idea. You pick a hero, each with their own unique set of abilities, and you utilize those abilities in an effort to score the ball in the enemy team's goal. Do you ape out and focus solely on team fighting? Or do you focus on some sort of tiki-taka passing style of ball objective play? The correct answer to that question is there isn't one. And it's that unsolvable balance of ballin' and brawlin' that makes every match of Sparkball completely different. Sparkball is already fully playable, and our open event last year saw 5,000 players play an absolutely unhealthy amount of Sparkball in a single weekend with zero financial incentives. And while we're obviously excited that Sparkball is fun, what we're more excited about is that we scored a 9.6 out of 10 when we asked players a very simple question of, are you happy after playing? And a big part of that happiness is our whimsical IP, Sparkadia. As you fall in love with playing Sparkball, you're also going to find yourself integrating as a citizen of Sparkadia. What is your role in this super optimistic world? And Sparkadia is architected by two of the most creatively talented people this side of the multiverse, Matt Dunn and Alvin Lee, both famous for their work on League of Legends and Arcane. And we actually even have a book that is narrated by my own golden retriever, Max, and I'm happy to show you a copy after the pitch, or just show you pictures of Max, either one. In just a few short days, literally Thursday, we are launching Season 0, our first big open play event in over a year. And in Season 0, players are going to complete in-game quests and climb leaderboards in an effort to become a famous professional Sparkballer. And Season 0 is also the rollout of our Web3-enabled platform, Sparkadia. And in order to best understand Web3 in Sparkball, it's easiest to think about Sparkball as the sport or the activity of football. And you don't just play football, you watch it, you wager on it, you make up some modification of it that you play in the driveway with your friends. And we call these different ways to engage companion apps. And each of these companion apps add additional Web3-enabled ways to engage with Sparkball. And bringing it all together, the governing body, this FIFA or this UEFA entity that sits on top of all of it is Sparkadia. You play Sparkball, but you coach, you own, you operate, you franchise, etc. within Sparkadia. And it's important to note that the distinction between those two entities is what allows us to publish on major platforms like Steam, and has even got us full approval and an investment from Microsoft to build on Xbox. Pretty big deal in Web3 gaming, as it's obviously very, very tough to do. Last but not least, I'm super excited to talk about our incredible relationship with Monart, fancy graphics. As a game that's highly focused on integrating and bringing traditional gamers into Web3, we were already really excited about the idea of a low-friction, uber-fast L1. But when we originally spoke to Danny about game night, he said the same thing that chains always say. We're going to bring you users, we're going to bring you community. But the difference is he actually delivered. Before game night even launched, we had hundreds of pieces of custom content created, including that animation you saw before you. And again, this was before it even launched. So we're already diving headfirst into integrating the Monat community into the Sparkball community, and we've got a super special reveal tomorrow of an actual Monad something in the game. So super, super excited to reveal that. Thanks again for having us, and I'd love to show you some videos of gameplay, or if you want to come play, I'll be outside with my Steam Deck if you'd like to try out the game. Thanks.
Thanks, Chandler. What is the on-chain component?
Yeah, so we really like to distinguish the idea of Sparkball as the game that you play, and the on-chain component is how you integrate with that game in Web3-enabled ways. So probably my favorite example is FIFA Ultimate Team. So for anyone who hasn't played FIFA, there's you play FIFA, and then you can open up card packs and play what is essentially FIFA Ultimate Team. So we do kind of the same thing of this idea of fantasy Sparkball, where you can play Sparkball, or you can open up these card packs that contain Sparkball heroes, and now you're building up this fantasy team that you can now wager on, bet on, etc. And so that's just one of our mini companion apps that engage with the game outside of the game itself, if that makes sense.
For the companion apps,
yeah.
Are most of them going to be developed by your team, or is the idea for it to be a platform?
Yeah, we're going to start. We basically have two major ones that we're doing ourselves. That's the Fantasy Sparkball, and then also like what we call mod tools. So if you're familiar with like Roblox or Unreal for Fortnite, super, super similar. But what we ultimately want to do is make all of our data accessible. So Sparkball is the engine that powers companion apps. It's the characters, it's the match history, it's the IP that goes into those companion apps. And so for any of like the League of Legends players out there that know like Blitz or U.GG, we want to allow builders, community builders, to come in and use that data in unique ways and then monetize it kind of how they see fit. It's a great question.
Sorry, going back to the
the
note of like the fantasy. On the note of like fantasy cards. Sorry, I'm not a fantasy player, but okay. Would usage of said characters in gameplay be a part of how? Trying to reframe. I'm sorry, I'm not asking this question very well.
I think I know what you might be asking. I'll give it a shot, and if not, we'll talk about it after. So I think the ultimate question is does Web3 ultimately affect the gameplay itself? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Yeah, vice versa.
In a way, yeah, okay, absolutely. So I think that distinction was really, really important to us of like, look, you can't have a competitive PvP sports game and allow people to pay to win. It's just a completely incompatible idea. And so I think FIFA Ultimate Team really, really solved this in an interesting way where they said, look, if you still just want to play regular FIFA, go for it. We're not going to pitch you against these people who are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I think the unique take that we've taken with kind of Fantasy Sparkball is it's actually all run AI versus AI. So all of our matches are tracked, training a model that essentially trains the bots for our heroes. And so you build these fantasy teams, and then you pit them against each other and watch the matches. So our long-term goal is to be able to watch these kind of like AI versus AI matches that these people have constructed. So it's your knowledge of Sparkball that makes you really, really good at the Web3 version of Sparkball.
Thank you,
guys.
Chandler. All right, give it up for Sparkball. Next up, we have a team that is unifying users on-chain and also off-chain credentials. Please welcome Talentum.
Hi guys, nice to meet you all. We are here today to show you what Talentum is. Talentum is an ultimate tool for user acquisition in Web3. I'm really excited to show you how we are going to change the game, so let's dive in. Targeting in Web3 is challenging. On-chain data is highly fragmented across different blockchains, and Web2 data is often even ignored. Moreover, traditional marketing strategies are not good enough. So what shall we do? Here, Talentum comes in. We unify user Web3 and Web2 data credentials in order to create a powerful tool for targeting skilled, on-chain verified user in a creator's economy. It works in 4 simple steps. First of all, we onboard user with rewarding activity. Second, we engage them with visible results. And the third, we'll evaluate their contribution and divide them into groups. In this way, project will be able to find appropriate user easily, and it's a profit. Our approach is simple and efficient. We are live, we have proven traction, we have satisfied clients, and a growing user base. Right now, we are generating revenue and impact, and we are not only an idea, we are already built platform that making results. Since our private beta, we have reached over 8,000 talents, active talents, and we have precisely choose over 500 verified Web3 QOLs, reaching 15 million plus users all over the world. And we have reached over 100K revenue so far that shows a real client value. If to talk, we have launched over 20 top Web3 projects, and we have gained several grants from Aurora, Definity, Covalent. It's not bad, guys, right? For the beginning. Let's take a look at our Wild Forest success case. We have boosted user engagement over 80%, and we have multiplied app downloads, and also we have reached over 1 million views on YouTube. If to talk about user acquisition channel, it's all about high-impact campaigns for projects for our inner community, and also we will boost through KOL established network. Switching to revenue streams, we exactly know how to make money. First of all, it's freemium for talents. Next, transaction fees, then promotion plans, and of course, fees for running campaigns. If to talk about markets, high, huge, growing, thousands of projects are looking for skilled users. Creators economy is supposed to become 900 billion till the end of 2023, and Web3 service market is supposed to become 177 billion. Let's talk a little bit upcoming innovations. If you talk about Monart, we are going to build Monart because we think it's gonna be a perfect match for us. Rapidly growing community, low gas fee, fast transactions, all of these aspects will help us to handle this huge amount of data simultaneously in real time. Next, digital identity. We will pull data from user profile, and in this way we will help project to target their specific audience easily. Last but not least, it's an AI agent that will help to manage campaigns from the scratch till the end, and all of this will make easier for product owner to concentrate on the project strategy. Okay, if you are wondering who's behind the magic of Talentum, it's our team of builders who have built successfully scalable projects, and I want to emphasize that we are self-funded project with 500K investment and a passionate team, and we have built a product that can compete with heavily funded platforms. So thank you all for your attention, DM for the future collaborations, and let's boost Monart community together. Yes. Any questions?
Can you tell us a bit more about your existing user base? What is the profile of these users?
Well, first of all, I can see they're very charismatic and shiny people here, so not to get blind, I will put on these glasses. Sorry, what was the question?
The existing user base that you have, I think you mentioned like some.
Yeah, we have 8,000 active talents who are working and completing the tasks in the projects, and also 800 KOLs who are the users who are implement tasks, create the tasks for different projects to actually attract the users. That's the database. Please, I would like you to know that we are in private beta at the moment.
What are the types of tasks like this? Like, how do you kind of support, source the demand, I guess, tasks from like these projects that are working with you? And yeah, I'm just curious, like, what have you seen as like the major use cases basically for your platform?
Okay, if you remember in the pitch, we mentioned about the project Wild Forest. So basically, let's take a look at this as an example. Well, for the Wild Forest, there are some KOLs, some popular video gamers who are attracted as KOLs into the project, and they will be created a task in our platform to play this game, post it on YouTube, and given a ref code to share with their audience. So this is this kind of task, but there are plenty of them. So
actually, I would add that we have a lot of different kind of tasks. It could be on-chain task, it could be off-chain task about Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and so on. And we have a really important part of tasks that are manually checked by our managers. In this way, we can evaluate how good or worse was users' work, and we can rate them, and that makes the user rating, and that's how we create some leaderboards.
How scalable is that system of evaluation, just in general?
how scalable is system of evaluation?
The evaluation, you mean like the system, how scalable it is?
Like checking how, like if the task was like good, or like the Instagram post, like how, like just what you just said right now, like how do you evaluate basically if these are not just like spam bots, like the competing the tasks, like these are like organic stuff?
Now, when a user put a task on review, we have several steps to check it. First of all, a manager check, and he could put it on review, put it on rework it back, and we could do this several times. And once it's time near the deadline, then he put like 1 or 5 stars how work was done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Thank
guys.
you so much. Give it up for the Talentum team. Great. Last but not least, we have one more team pitching today. They are building in the AI, deep in space, and are untapping data value. All right, let's give it up for the Totem team.
Hi everyone, I'm Stark, and I'm thrilled to talk to you about Totem today. So Totem is the first AI deeping network to unlock the power of daily conversation on the go. Okay, so Totem is not just an audio tracker, it's a complete ecosystem. It turns everyday voice data into meaningful, private, and most importantly, monetizable asset, which is completely under the user's control. And let's first look at the market. So unlike our competitor, Masa and Gross, which focus on low-value browser data, we focus on voice data, which is a market that's estimated over $100 billion right now. As you can see, there's roughly a $24 billion voice data monetization market sector, and also a $65 billion language services market. So there's great potential in this. Yet, current problems are plenty. So imagine your daily conversation. Your chit-chat, meetings, and calls, current fragmented tools fails to capture, process, and most importantly, to monetize them. And in addition to that, privacy concerns also limit participation in this market. So we have bring a solution which we think is comprehensive. So Totem is basically this device that can be easily attached to your phone. It would capture your voice data, and it would turn it into real-time transcription, translation, and summarization, which will then be encrypted through zero-knowledge proof, and they will become anonymized data set. The user can upload them on-chain through Monad's fast throughput. In this case, they can exchange it for token. So the SAT process is basically this. And for our hardware, which I personally think is near perfection, it's actually designed by an Apple hardware expert, and it's topped with an acceleration chip and dual audio capture system, which handles the voice input. And we are backed by a robust Chinese supply chain, so that will ensure a cost-effective production and scalability. And our app is where Totem really shines. So basically, like I said, it captures the data and turns it into structured notes, automatic summarization, and real-time translation. This will be ideal for customers like professionals, students, travelers. And it will be further encrypted through our cooperation with Monad. In this case, like it's very complicated, but we are actually using a lot of AI model from, let's say, Meta's Llama. It also get optimized by experts from Google's Gemini, ByteDance, and Alibaba. So we do have a strong technical support. And we have a very user-friendly interface, actually, right here. So that's like the transcription translation. That's like the on-chain market page. That's the referral page. We also have a very robust monetization model. So it covers both B2B and B2C market sectors. So the device itself is retail at the price of $199 for now. We also offer subscription-based services, which offer premium features. And most importantly, anonymized data set can be sold to AI company for model training. So the three parts complete like a whole revenue stream. For the go-to-market strategies, we cover both the traditional customer and also the crypto-native user. The traditional customer, we have a direct-to-customer approach by having our own website and working close with other ecosystems. And also, we also working closely with major distributors like Amazon and Best Buy to make sure online and offline presence. For the crypto user, we're working with Monart and other ecosystems, and we will showcase this machine in different cross-culture events and key industrial events, so people will get to know us. And we believe by this day-to-day use and showcase of the products, we will have organic growth in the community. So for our reward system, we basically reward users for purchases, referrals, and content contributions, and this token can be used to access product sales and premium services. The user can also stake our tokens for other benefits. Okay, for the team, I myself was formerly in an NLP company, natural language processor, so I understand how this market has tremendous demand for voice data in good quality. My partner here, Luca, was in Google Pixel team, so he handles the software part, and we have Jack, who is an owner of a Chinese supply chain company. This complete the 3 parts. And we do have other partner who's handling the zero knowledge proof and advisor from tech company. Thank you.
I think in this case, privacy is going to be even more important than any others, right? Are you planning to open source maybe the hardware, the software for the ZK site that you guys are using? What are the plans for that?
So like I said, we use ZK for encryption, and we are going to work with top AI company that's handling ZK, and Jigsaw himself, we are using this to make sure all the information that we collect, they will not have any sensitive data. Because for example, back when I was in NLP company, we want the data that we only want people reading different things in different accent with different emotion and stuff. So this would be kind of the information that matters for AI training for a lot of buyer.
Is ZK the right technology for encryption over here? Don't you want compute over the encrypted data? Which, as far as I'm concerned, ZK is not enabling that, right? FHE or some others are better fit.
I think the bottom line is these data are not identifiable data back to the our device users. Yeah, we do. For ZK specific knowledge, we're definitely gonna consult to our ZK knowledge lead. For our current software product. I don't think we're gonna use any practices exceed the industrial norm. So yeah.
This might be a similar question, but if we think about some AI note takers today, I know users who are a little bit hesitant about enabling ingestion of data. So even paying beyond the normal subscription fee to take advantage of the note-taking aspect, but not wanting the raw data to actually go back into the model. Is that something that is a potential feature here, or is it an automatic opt-in?
So, like we said, the data will be completely under the control of the user by how we do it. Basically, we have an opt-in and opt-out option. So you do like you can see, you can turn it on. So for this meeting, if you want it to be working, you can turn it on. But not only that, every time you can choose to opt it out. For example, you can choose to, for this entire week, you just don't do any recording. Then the device would do just as said. For this week, it would not be recording anything and not uploading anything.
Right, but what if I wanted to take advantage of the transcription piece or the note-taking aspect without actually uploading the data?
Yeah, that can be done because the Web2 device itself is an independent part, actually. Yeah. But we do have a competitor that's similarly only doing the Web2 part, being in Plot. So we are basically that on top of some Web3 technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it up for Totem. That way. All right, let's give it a round of applause for all the 25 teams that pitched today. Woo!
Good morning! How we doing? We could do even better. Let's go. How we doing? We're having an amazing time here at Monad Madness. This is the most exciting part of the weekend. Our 7 esteemed judges have spent some hard-pressed time in the deliberation room. There's many prizes to give out, but before we do, please give a warm welcome to the CEO of Monad from the House of Melandak, Keone Han.
All right. We've got this is a big stage up here. The lights are bright. I know for all of the 25 contestants, it was probably pretty nerve-wracking initially to be up here, but everyone crushed it. I'm so proud of all of you. You guys absolutely crushed it and left everything out on the field up here. And to all of the folks in the audience, I hope that you have many chances in your life to be on a big stage, conveying your vision and sharing what you're building, sharing what your goals are to the rest of the world. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to all of the folks who came out to support this initiative, giving your valuable time. Time is the most precious commodity that we all have, and so for all of you to sacrifice 2 days and hopefully learn something from it and meet amazing builders, meet amazing community members, I think means a ton to all the folks that were competing. I want to thank all of the contestants for being vulnerable, being up here on a big stage, and rolling with the punches when we sometimes had little quirks as well. So thank you guys also. Thank you to the judges for your time and your deep thought in evaluating these projects and giving them all great feedback. And lastly, I want to thank the Monad community. Community is everything. Community is what has made Monad what it is today. And community will continue to be the force that drives Monad forward and drives this industry forward. So I'm so grateful to 200 folks in the Monad community that attended this event IRL, as well as the proceedings this week. It really made a special event especially special. So thanks again. I wanted to also, offer a couple of thoughts just from listening to these amazing presenters. These are kind of my takeaways, if you will, from this experience. And this is really just some thoughts for all builders in the audience, whether you were competing today or whether you're working on something that maybe will be up here on stage at the next Monad Madness, or maybe it's just an idea in your head right now, but just a couple of very brief takeaways. The first one, I think, is that user acquisition and user retention is incredibly important. It's not enough only to build a great technological product, but you need to have a great strategy for how to acquire those users and how to keep them. And we saw some great examples of clear UA strategy throughout the 25 presentations. But at the end of the day, I would emphasize to everyone, put more emphasis on UA than you probably are right now, because that is absolutely going to make or break the success of your application. The second thing is to skate where the puck is going. We had some great examples. I love that phrase, by the way, because I think it's so clear to everyone as soon as you say that. Like, we just physically understand, like, yep, if you're skating where the puck is right now, you're going to be in trouble on the ice. So skate where the puck is going, anticipate, predict the secular trends that are driving where, how people are using technology, and incorporate that into your design. Just to highlight one specific example, and I promise with any example that I give, it's really just to illustrate the point. Kizzy anticipated that social media and betting are both incredible secular trends with so much momentum, and to create a product that can combine those together in a very intuitive, user-friendly way is something that has great potential. Third of all, I want to say that, oh boy. Okay, so here's me being vulnerable. Apologies. Yeah, third of all, offer users something of value. I think when you're building something, the absolute core, like the absolute kernel, needs to be something that delivers ultimate value to the end user, and then from that, it's a lot easier to grow everything from there on. When we layer on incentives and tokens and a lot of complexity, that can be something that accelerates a flywheel, but ultimately the flywheel has to be there, and that flywheel comes from end user value. So offering a simple value prop, something that makes people's lives better, is just incredibly powerful. So one example, LootGo realized that people, many people, myself included, would love to be more fit and would love to have like ways to motivate them to get out there and improve their health. So, having that thing that ultimately delivers value to the end user makes things so much easier to grow a product. Okay, and then two more before I get booted off stage. Regional go-to-market is incredibly important. I think the judges were very focused in a couple of the questions around having an amazing strategy around local go-to-market. And we've seen that with the Monad community. There's been so much growth from the growth of individual regional communities. The IRL component is so important. Even though Web3 is online, at the end of the day, it's the connections that we have with other humans, and so much of that comes from IRL. So having a great regional strategy is incredibly important. And then lastly, apologies. Lastly, I want to make a pitch for all builders to have a great short-term and long-term strategy, and to have those in harmony. I think that short-term strategy is incredibly important for building initial momentum, for building a strong brand, for demonstrating operational excellence, for showing that you can ship quickly and deliver a product and get feedback on that product. It's incredibly important to have a great short-term plan for how to start building that presence and ultimately become a household name in Web3. But at the same time, it's also incredibly important to have that long-term vision, to show that you know where the big fish are to catch, and that you have that plan for going out and catching that really big fish. And the reason that I'm emphasizing this is that we have many great builders in the room, and we have many that have been able to balance both a short-term strategy, a short-term plan for acquiring those initial 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 users and building an initial community and brand, but then also have a big vision in the long term. And I think that long-term vision will help unify your team, it'll unify your investors, and it'll unify your community. So, again, this is just a suggestion to consider both the short term and the long term and find ways to have them in harmony. All right, so that's it. Those are my 5 points for success from watching 25 amazing pitches here today. I think we should probably get on with the program, but I also wanted to give one acknowledgement to a couple of members of the Monad team who have been making this incredible event a success through many sleepless nights and a lot of action behind the scenes to make things happen. So just wanted to give a huge shout out to Jing and Elton. Woo! All right. Yeah, because at the end of the day, everything is a team effort, and a team effort results from the incredible contributions of individuals. So thank you to Jing and Elton. And a thank you as well to Michael and Sungmo for incredible work here. Thank you, guys. All right, so let's get on with it. What's up next? What's up next, Danny?
Award time.
All right, let's do it.
Thanks, Keone. Not the easiest to follow, but we're here, and it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The judges have deliberated, and we have several prizes to give away. Right, Tina?
Yes. Are you guys ready?
I don't think they're ready. Are you ready? Much better. First up, we have the Community Choice Awards. As Keone mentioned, the Monad community is the most important thing. We're joined by members live here today and on the live stream. The votes have been cast in Discord. We have 3 community awards. Up first, we have, drum roll, Dusted! Bring it on up, guys. Give it up. Dusted. Don't go anywhere. We have many more prizes left to give. The second Community Choice Award goes to Mozi. Mozi team, bring it on up. One more time, give it up for Mozi. Next up, by Community Choice, the third and final Community Award goes to Pulse. Give it up for Pulse.
Monad community, air.
It still works. Nice. Up next, we're going to have Tina present.
Along with the Judges Awards and the Community Awards, the cohorts themselves have actually voted for the team that they decided to be the Cohort Choice Award. So drum roll, please. Jigsaw.
One more time, give it up for Jigsaw. For third place, please welcome to the stage for the award presentation, Monad's APAC lead, Sungmo Park.
Hello guys, thank you all for coming. Okay, without further ado, I'm just going to announce it. The third place with 75K USD, the winner of third place is Sparkball.
Give it up for Sparkball! And now for the presentation of the second place award, please welcome to the stage from the House of Moyaki, Monad COO, Eunice Giarta.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us for a very long weekend. I know everyone's super excited to hear about first, but before that, please welcome to the stage in second place and a prize of $125,000. Kizzy, please come to the stage.
Give it up for Kizzy one more time. And now to present the first place winner of Monad Madness in Bangkok, Thailand. Please welcome back to the stage the CEO of Monad from the House of Molandak, Keone Han.
All right. Without further ado, in first place, receiving a grand prize of $200,000 US is RareBetSports.
Give it up one more time for RareBetSports! just like that, we have our winners, Monad Madness Bangkok, Thailand 2024. Huge shout out to not only the winners, but every team who applied, every team who pitched here on stage, as well as all of you who have attended live in person and those tuning in on the Discord and the YouTube and the live stream. This is the end of the Monad Madness programming, but don't go anywhere yet because we have a happy hour networking session out back in the foyer upon the conclusion of our programming here. Again, huge thank you to the judges, huge thank you to the Monad community, the team who worked so hard to put this event on, and all of you who have attended here today and yesterday. Thank you very much, and go Monad.